Hello, everyone. I'm excited to share a true scary bedtime story with you today. This story might help you drift off to sleep. But before we begin, make sure to snuggle up in your blankets and close your eyes. I know some of you are listening to this story to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. As you relax, I wonder where you're listening from. Maybe a cozy bedroom or perhaps a comfy living room. Either way, get ready for an adventure that might just tickle your imagination. Before we begin, take a deep breath and settle into the comfort of your bed. Feel the soft support of the earth beneath you, steady and strong, just as these stories have stood the test of time. As I count down from 10 to 1, let go of any lingering tension in your body and allow the peaceful energy of this moment to wash over you. 10. Let your shoulders soften. 9. Feel the comfort of your bed beneath you, as if cradling you in warmth. 8. Know that you are safe, and tonight's story will carry you gently into sleep. 7. Close your eyes and feel the rhythm of your breath, steady and calm. 6. Imagine the sounds of nature all around. A soft breeze, the rustling of leaves. 5. Feel your body relax more deeply, surrendering to the peaceful night. 4. You are drifting now, letting go of any remaining thoughts. 3. Each breath takes you deeper into relaxation. 2. You are fully at peace, ready to dream. 1. Now, let the story carry you away into a world where anything is possible. So, as you relax, know that you are part of a tradition that spans generations, where stories like this one have lulled countless others to sleep. Let this be your moment of peace, your escape from the rush of the world. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the adventure unfold as you drift further into restful sleep. And now, we begin. Once upon a time in the quiet little town of Maplewood, there lived 4 friends named Emma, Jake, Ben, and Lily. They loved adventures and spent every school holiday exploring the world around them. One summer, while looking through old photo albums, Jake found a dusty picture of a town he used to visit when he was little. The town was colorful, full of fun rides and happy faces. As he showed it to his friends, he felt a strange excitement bubbling inside him. "Look at this place. I think we should go find it," Jake exclaimed. Emma's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "That sounds fun. Where is it?" she asked. Jake scratched his head, trying to remember. "I think it's called Willow Creek or something like that. It was near a big forest, but I can't remember exactly how to get there." Lily twirled a strand of her hair and said, "Let's just drive. Adventure awaits, right?" Ben nodded, his adventurous spirit lighting up. With a map in hand, they packed snacks, drinks, and their favorite blankets. They jumped into Ben's old blue car, ready to make memories that would last forever. The sun shined brightly as they drove down winding roads, singing songs and laughing. The trees swayed in the gentle breeze, and everything felt alive. After a while, the road narrowed and the trees grew thicker, like giants watching over them. Jake pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, I think that's it." As they drove closer, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow. But soon, the light faded and a strange, thick fog rolled in. The friends looked at each other, eyes wide with a mix of excitement and worry. The fog slipped into their car, wrapping around them like a soft blanket. "I can't see anything. Is that a road?" Emma said, peering through the mist. They followed the road, which twisted and turned, until they finally saw shimmers of light peeking through the fog. "Look!" Jake shouted. "I think we found the town." They parked the car and stepped outside. The air was cool, and the silence was strange. "Hello!" called out Lily, her voice echoing in the emptiness. They looked around. The streets were empty, and the shops had their doors shut tight. It felt like the town was holding its breath, waiting for something. Maybe everyone's just inside, said Ben, trying to sound brave. They wandered down the main street, glancing into shop windows. Toys sat dusty on shelves and faded signs hung above, swinging gently as if whispering secrets to each other. Emma shivered and said, "This is kind of spooky." They noticed an old clock tower standing proudly at the end of the street. Its hands were stuck, pointing at midnight. "That's weird," Jake murmured. "Is it broken?" They all nodded, feeling the weight of time slipping away. With each step, they felt the town shift around them. Streets seemed to vanish behind them, and new paths appeared ahead. "Wait," Emma frowned. "Did we just pass that bakery?" The friends turned, and their eyes widened in shock. The bakery was just as they remembered, but it had a different color now, a deep, eerie green that seemed out of place. "This is bizarre," said Ben. "We should stick together." They decided to explore a little more, hoping to find someone who could explain. As they walked, the fog thickened, and shadows danced in the corners of their eyes. They wanted to laugh off their worries, but deep down, they felt a prickly fear. Suddenly, they heard a creaking sound, like old wood bending under pressure. "Did you hear that?" Jake whispered, his heart racing. "Maybe it's just the wind," Lily said, but they all knew it felt more like a warning. They turned a corner and found themselves in a small, cozy courtyard. A fountain stood in the middle, with water trickling softly. "Let's sit for a bit," Emma suggested. They gathered around the fountain, hoping to shake off the unease swirling in their stomachs. But as they sat, the fountain began to bubble more aggressively, splashing water over the edge. The sound grew louder, echoing around them. Suddenly, a mist swirled up from the fountain, forming into strange shapes that looked almost like faces. They tried to get up, but their legs felt heavy as if the ground was pulling them down. "Run!" shouted Ben. But just as they stood, the paths began to twist again. The scary faces in the mist seemed to laugh, circling their heads. "Where do we go? Everything looks the same," Emma cried, panic rising within her. Jake remembered the clock tower. "We need to get to the clock. Maybe we can figure this out." They sprinted toward it, their hearts pounding like drums. The fog chased them, thick and suffocating. Just a few steps away, they noticed that shadows loomed over the clock tower, growing larger and darker. Finally reaching the clock, they looked up but saw nothing unusual, just a hand stuck at midnight. Jake shouted, "Maybe we need to turn back time." He reached for the clock's face, but found it cold and smooth. The shadows around them thickened, creeping up their legs like tendrils. "Help!" came a whisper from behind them. It was a faint voice, like a breeze that carried a message. "Help us, please," they turned. But there was no one there, only the shadows dancing, growing taller and more menacing. "Who's there?" shouted Lily, her voice trembling. But the shadows only deepened, enveloping them in darkness. Suddenly, the street shifted again. They were not in front of the clock tower anymore. Instead, they found themselves back at the bakery, but it was now covered in cobwebs, with the door hanging wide open. Their instincts screamed at them to flee. "This isn't right. Something is wrong with this place," Ben yelled. They ran into the bakery, hoping to hide, but inside, it was dark and old bread lay stale on the counter. The lights flickered ominously, casting shadows that loomed and twisted. Then they heard laughter. Not happy laughter, but the kind that sends chills down your spine. It echoed around them, coming from every corner. "We have come to stay," the shadows whispered, swirling faster around them. The friends' hearts raced as they realized the truth. The town was alive, and it didn't want to let them go. Scrambling for the back door, they burst outside, only to find the once familiar street had changed again. They were trapped in a maze of shifting roads. "This can't be happening," Emma cried. Hope began to fade with every turn they took, and panic took its place. They tried to remember the way they came, but every turn led to another strange shop or empty house. "It's like the town doesn't want us to leave," Jake said, staring at the ground. Shadows seemed to ripple like water around them, calling them deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, they spotted a light in the distance. "Look, a house!" Lily pointed, hope igniting in her chest. They ran toward it, praying it was a way out. The house was old, with vines creeping up the walls and warm light shining from the windows. The door creaked open, and a sweet voice called inside, "Come in, dear friends. I've been waiting for you." They hesitated but took a step inside, hoping for safety. The room was cozy, with the smell of cookies wafting in the air. An old woman stood by the fireplace, her eyes twinkling. "Welcome, I'm Granny Willow. This town has been lonely without visitors." They exchanged nervous glances. "Granny, we didn't mean to intrude. We just lost our way," Emma said. Feeling unease lurked beneath their polite smiles. Granny chuckled softly. "Oh dear, you found your way here, and that's all that matters now." But suddenly, they realized that behind Granny, the shadows were gathering again, forming shapes that took on familiar faces. Faces of the townspeople who had vanished. Ben gasped. What happened to them? "They chose to stay," Granny said softly. "This town offers what you desire. Fun games forever. But you have to give up your time." Lily's hands trembled. "What do you mean?" she asked. Granny's smile widened, revealing sharp teeth. "You can live here with me, but you will never leave. You will forget your old life." With all your memories from before, the friends felt the weight of her words. They couldn't imagine losing everything. They turned to flee, but Granny waved her hand. The door slammed shut, and the shadows closed in. "You can't escape. This is your new home. Let us go," Jake shouted, his voice echoing in the small room. They pushed against the door, their hearts racing. Suddenly, it swung open and they dashed outside. The shadows chased them like angry clouds, and behind them, Granny's laughter echoed hauntingly. "Stick together," Ben shouted as they ran. They sped through the familiar streets, fighting against the fog. The town twisted and turned, trying to confuse them. Every corner looked the same. Every turn made their hearts race faster. Then, they spotted the forest at the edge of town. "If we make it to the trees, maybe we'll be safe," Emma cried. They sprinted, desperate to reach the woods, feeling the shadows brush against their backs. With everything they had, they broke into the forest, pushing through the thick branches and leaves. As they ran, the whispers faded, and the shadows stopped at the edge of the town, angry but unable to follow. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, surrounded by the peaceful rustle of the trees. "No more scary towns," Jake panted, and they all agreed. They huddled together, relieved but still shaken. They would remember the town that seemed alive, the shadows and the laughter, but they were free. Then they spotted a small path leading them home. They looked back at the disappearing town. It was fading into the fog, like a dream slipping away. "Let's never speak of this again," Lily whispered. The others nodded, their faces pale, knowing they had barely escaped a place that wanted to keep them forever. As they drove away from Willow Creek, they promised to tell stories of their adventures, but would keep this secret. The adventure that taught them that some places are better left unexplored. If you ever hear whispers in the fog, remember, it might be the shadows trying to lure you back to where you don't belong. And so they returned to Maplewood, forever changed by the disappearing town, and every night they would look at the stars, thankful that they had each other and their freedom. They learned that sometimes the best adventures are the ones that keep you safe, far away from whispers of forgotten places. The friends made their way back to Maplewood, the dark memories of Willow Creek still fresh in their minds. They drove in silence, each lost in their thoughts, occasionally glancing at one another as if to confirm that they were indeed free from the clutches of that eerie town. The trees lining the road seemed to loom closer, their branches scratching against the car's windows, almost as if they were trying to reach out to the four friends inside. The familiar, comforting landscape of Maplewood felt distant, as though they were still being watched by unseen eyes from the depths of the forest. As the shadows of the night began to creep in, an unsettling feeling settled over them. What if it's not over? Ben broke the silence, his voice shaky. What if they follow us? I can't shake the feeling that we are still connected to Willow Creek somehow. Emma shivered at his words, hugging her arms around her. Maybe we should have never gone there in the first place. That clock, it was almost like it was telling us time had stopped for those people. And for us, Jake gripped the steering wheel tighter, determination flushing over his face. We're home now. We're safe. We'll make sure none of us ever goes there again. But uncertainty prickled at the back of his mind. The image of Granny Willow's sharp-toothed smile haunted him. The way she had effortlessly commanded the shadows as if they were her minions. What kind of power did that woman wield, and what had it cost her? The thought of being trapped in that town forever made his skin crawl. As they pulled into the driveway of Lily's house, the familiar facade of her family's home offered little comfort. The porch light flickered ominously, casting wavering shadows across the ground. Let's check in with our parents. They're probably worried sick, Emma suggested, but even her voice quavered, echoing her own unease. They entered the house, greeted by the warm glow of the kitchen and the sound of Lily's mom humming softly to herself. There you are. I was starting to think you got lost, she exclaimed. The homey atmosphere almost felt surreal after their intense experience in Willow Creek, a space filled with joy and laughter that stood in stark contrast to the chilling emptiness of that abandoned town. As they shared their adventure, they left out the scarier details, crafting an edited version of their day for the sake of their parents. Still, the shadows of doubt lingered in their minds. After dinner, they all agreed to go back to Emma's house to hang out, hoping to distract themselves from what they had just experienced. Settled in Emma's dimly lit living room, they started to play some board games, laughter echoing through the rooms as they tried to keep the sense of normalcy alive. But it didn't take long for the memories to resurface. As they played, Emma glanced at a window where the eerie shadows danced in the corners of her vision. Did you ever think that maybe we brought something back with us? She asked quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't say that, Ben replied quickly. It's just our imagination. We were terrified back there, and it's still fresh. Jake shifted in his seat, glancing toward the window where dark shapes seemed to linger, skimming the glass as if they were looking for a way in. As the night wore on, the laughter faded, replaced by a growing sense of dread. The clock on the wall ticked louder, each second echoing through the silence. The shadows around the room seemed to stretch and pull at the edges of their vision, warping and writhing unnaturally, as if the room itself had started to breathe. Suddenly, the lights flickered, shutting off the room in an instant, plunging them into darkness. What happened? Lily gasped, and her voice trembled. The five friends huddled closer, straining their eyes to see something, anything, in the thick darkness. This is just a power outage, Jake reassured, even as doubts gnawed at his stomach. But just as he finished speaking, a low whisper crept through the air, a sound that made their hearts skip. Help us, please. It was the same voice they had heard back in Willow Creek, and now it echoed among them, weaving between their thoughts, chilling their bones. What was that? Emma exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. A shiver of fear coursed through them, and they began to fumble for their phones, desperate for some light to fend off the encroaching darkness. The beams of their flashlights cut through the black, revealing their pale faces, wide eyes filled with terror. Maybe it's just a prank, Ben suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. But deep down, they recognized the reality of the whispers. They weren't just echoes from the past. They were reaching through the darkness, trying to connect with them, pulling them back into the memories they tried to escape. The lights flickered again, and in that brief moment of illumination, they saw something by the window. Dark shapes pressed against the glass, twisted faces and hands desperately trying to reach through. Ben's scream pierced through the silence. They're here. They scrambled backward, their hearts racing. Emma pointed her flashlight toward the window, illuminating the faces of those ethereal figures. Hollow cheeks, gaping mouths calling out, but no sound escaped their lips. And then there was Granny Willow among them, her wicked grin glowing in the darkness. "Don't let them in," Jake shouted, as if his words could keep the shadows at bay. They sprang into action, moving furniture in front of the door, while keeping their eyes glued to the windows, the light barely keeping the looming figures at bay. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, crescendoing into a haunting wail that filled the room. "Join us! Forever!" It felt like the walls themselves were vibrating with the voices, a living entity surrounding them, urging them to surrender. The door rattled violently, and they could hear scratching on the walls, as if claws were trying to pry their way inside. "Call for help," Lily shouted, her eyes wild. They grabbed their phones, dialing numbers frantically, but the screens flickered and dimmed, making it impossible to connect. The whispers only grew louder, drowning out their voices, until even the sounds of their cries felt muted. "It can't end like this," Jake yelled, his bright flashlight flickering erratically. Just then, the front door burst open with a resounding crash, the wind howling as it blew into the room like a torrent. Shadows poured in, swirling around them with unnatural speed, attempting to siphon away their warmth and strength. "We have to get out," Ben shouted. They bolted for the back door, hoping to escape the madness. But as they turned, they saw multiple shadows blocking their path. Each figure morphed in the light, twisting into ghastly shapes, remnants of the townsfolk from Willow Creek, their expressions twisted in agony. "Leave us," a voice cried out, one of them reaching a skeletal hand towards Emma. "You belong to us now." The chilling truth of their words cut through her like ice. Yet there was something familiar about the faces of those lost souls, shadows broken by despair. Emma shook her head. "No, we don't want to stay." She dug her heels into the wooden floorboards, trying to brace herself against the encroaching shapes. They all pushed against the door, their breaths coming out in ragged gasps as the shadows reached for them, pulling at their clothes like a thick fog, trying to drag them back. "Help us remember," the figures wailed, desperation lacing their voices. "You have to bring us back." It was Granny Willow's voice that rose above the others, her presence rippling through the darkness. "You can't escape your fate, children. You are now part of this story, part of our town." They felt the temperature drop as the shadows coiled tighter, pressing in around them. Ben pushed forward, eyes blazing with fear and determination. "We won't serve you. We are not part of your town." With each word he yelled, something shifted in the darkness. It was as if the shadows recoiled ever so slightly, and for a fleeting moment, the figures seemed to dim. It gave them space, just enough for Jake to kick the door open wide, the chilling wind spilling into the room, carrying away the whispers. "Go!" Jake yelled, and they barreled through the door, colliding with the cold night air. They stumbled down the porch steps, feeling the weight of the oppressive darkness lift slightly as the whispers faded behind them. Outside, the world seemed unchanged, yet it felt different. The quiet of the night was pregnant with an ominous energy that made the hairs on their arms stand up. They sprinted toward the woods behind the house, the familiar trees rising up like guardians against the darkness. "No, don't leave." The voices wailed from the house, echoing behind them like a dreadful choir. "You can't run from us." They raced deeper into the woods, navigating through branches and underbrush, the sounds of pursuit fading behind them. Sweat dripped down their faces as they pushed through the dense foliage, seeking the solace of the trees, hoping they would shield them from the shadows they feared. But as they ran, the woods transformed into a maze, twisting and turning in ways they couldn't comprehend. They couldn't tell if they were going forward or back, the darkness around them thickening with each step. "Where are we?" Emma gasped. She could feel the adrenaline fading, exhaustion creeping in. The trees loomed over them, watching with dark eyes as the whispers started again, softer this time, like a lullaby woven with dread. "We are always watching. We have to stay together," Jake reminded them and they clutched each other's hands tighter as they forged deeper into the woods. They needed to find a way out, but the more time they spent there, the more it felt like the forest itself was alive, manipulating their path, leading them deeper into confusion. Ben tripped on a root, falling to the ground with a thud. They quickly reached for him, helping him back up. "Keep going. We can't stop now." He nodded, determination flaming in his chest as they continued deeper into the ever-thickening shadows. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves drew their attention. They turned, peering into the dense underbrush, and something smaller and darker than the rest of the shadows darted among the branches. It was a creature, low to the ground, with glimmering eyes that seemed to shine in the night. It paused, regarding them for a moment before darting deeper into the woods, almost beckoning them to follow. "What was that?" Lily whispered, squinting into the shadows. The creature turned again, its eyes flickering in the dark, and for a moment, they caught a hint of its shape. A long body, sharp claws, and a grin that was both inviting and terrifying. A mix of dread and curiosities tugged at their hearts. "Should we follow it?" Emma asked hesitantly. They were at a crossroads, stuck between the fear of the known darkness behind them and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. With a glance at one another, the four friends instinctively agreed. They had come this far. "Let's see where it leads us," Ben said resolutely. They followed the creature deeper into the woods, the whispering shadows stretching and straining behind them, a haunting reminder of the danger they had left behind. The creature weaved through the trees, effortlessly navigating the maze in a way that felt both deliberate and chaotic. They hurried to keep up, their feet crunching on the leaf-strewn ground. In the flickering light of their phones, they caught glimpses of twisted branches and thickets that seemed to close in, blocking their escape. "Do you think it leads to safety?" Lily asked, her heart racing. "I don't know, but we have to trust it," Jake replied, trying to shake off his doubts. They moved with urgency, adrenaline driving them forward. The creature paused now and then, its silhouette obscured by the darkness, but its eyes remained watchful, glowing gently in the black. After what felt like ages of twisting and turning through the trees, they stumbled upon a small clearing. Moonlight poured through the leaves, lighting up the area in an ethereal glow. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, vast and gnarled, stretching its branches wide like arms welcoming them. This felt different from the rest of the forest, a sanctuary amongst the chaos. They hesitated, catching their breaths, and the creature padded closer, its eyes narrowing as it looked up at the colossal tree. "What do you think it wants?" Emma murmured, keeping her voice low. Suddenly, the winds changed, swirling as if a storm was brewing in the air. The ground trembled, and the whispers returned, louder, more urgent. "Join us! Remember us!" They swirled around them, a choir of desperate longing, pulling at their minds, trying to confuse them, to blur the line between their memories and the demands of the shadows. The oak tree creaked, and its roots seemed to stretch outward, pushing against the earth. Ben took a step back, glancing nervously at the swelling shadows. "It's not safe here. We need to keep moving." But as he spoke, the creature at their feet let out a mournful howl, echoing through the clearing like a warning. The ground beneath them shifted, and they stumbled as roots erupted, snaking through the earth like serpents trying to ensnare them. "Run!" Jake shouted, and they dashed back the way they came, urgency pulsing through their veins as they fought against the creeping vines. The whispers grew louder, drowning out their thoughts and urging them to succumb to despair. They escaped the clearing, running deeper. They sprinted through the darkness, the echoes of the howling creature following them like a curse. Each glance backward sent icy waves down their spines as they caught fleeting glimpses of shadows seemingly following them, stalking and twisting as if they had a mind of their own. The trees loomed like monstrous figures, their branches stretching toward the friends as though trying to grab them and pull them into the abyss that remained just beyond the light of their flashlights. The once familiar forest felt alien and menacing, a labyrinth designed to ensnare their souls. Ben led the way, his heart pounding in his chest as he pushed himself forward, the cold air clawing at his lungs. His mind swirled with thoughts of the figures at the house, the voices that had echoed in their ears, clawing for attention and trying to weave their way into his mind. "They want us," he whispered, almost to himself, dread coiling tightly within him. The wind picked up, howling through the branches, as if it carried the whispers of what lay behind them. Just ahead, the trees parted slightly, revealing an old stone archway, hidden beneath a tangle of roots and wild vines. It looked ancient, the stones weathered and worn with age, vines creeping like fingers around it. "What is that?" Emma gasped, hesitating at the entrance, her instincts screaming at her to turn back. The archway appeared to pulsate with an otherworldly energy, and the air around it felt charged with fear and unknown power. "Maybe it leads us out," Jake urged, his voice urgent. "We can't go back." Without waiting for a response, he darted toward the arch. The others exchanged nervous glances, fear gripping their hearts, but the desperation to escape drove them forward. They followed him, pushing through the overgrowth, the whispers echoing ever louder behind them, urging them to join the shadows. As they stepped under the arch, their surroundings shifted. Suddenly, the forest transformed, the oppressive trees fading away to reveal a new landscape. The sky overhead darkened abruptly, replaced by ominous swirling clouds that seemed to pulse and churn like a tempest waiting to unleash its fury. The ground beneath them felt squishy, almost alive, pulsating rhythmically as if responding to their every move. "What just happened?" Ben breathed, shock evident in his eyes as he scanned the eerie new environment. "Where are we?" Jake pointed ahead, where a narrow path lined with jagged stones emerged from the thick mist that rolled in like waves. "We have to keep going. That way." Their feet carried them forward, trepidation clawing at their insides. A thick fog enveloped them, making the air feel heavy and oppressive. Shapes danced in the periphery of their vision, whispering sweet nothings that simultaneously sent shivers along their spines. The ethereal light leached from their phones as they walked deeper into the fog, shadows looming larger, whispering promises of forgotten tales and eternal rest. "Stay close," Emma shouted, the fear in her voice apparent. But even as she spoke, she could feel the fabric of reality beginning to fray around them, the isolation of the fog making it increasingly difficult to hear each other. "What if we get lost?" "Just keep moving," Jake barked, stepping ahead, his bravado wavering with each step. The whispers grew louder, brushing against their consciousness like cold fingers, offering solace and despair in equal measure. "Remember us," they sang softly, each refrain invoking memories and fears. The more they tried to block it out, the more persistent the voices became, filling their heads with images of Granny Willow, urging them to return and embracing them with shadows that danced just outside the corner of their eyes. Suddenly, the path dipped sharply, and they tumbled down an incline, landing in a clearing that felt like a forgotten dream. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with long-faded symbols that pulsed subtly in the dim light. The air was thick with anticipation, electric, as if something great and terrible was about to unfold. "What is this place?" Ben asked, brushing dirt from his arms as he rose. "It feels wrong." Lily's eyes were wide, fear evident written across her face. "We can't stay here. We have to keep moving." But as she turned, the fog thickened around them, swirling in a way that seemed unnatural, obscuring their view of the path they had just come from. It was as if the forest itself had conspired against them, trapping them within its depths. "Maybe we should check the stones," Emma suggested hesitantly, feeling inexplicably drawn to the inscriptions. The stones hummed softly as she approached, vibrating under her fingertips as if they held the echoes of the past, an energy that was both magnetic and terrifying. Jake stepped forward beside her, staring at the swirling designs. "What do you see?" he asked, squinting, trying to decipher the language that felt familiar yet unsettling. Striking images of people in torment and shadows clinging to them swirled in his memory, an instant recognition that made his stomach churn. "It feels like they're trapped," Emma whispered, her heart racing as she traced the lines with her fingers. The symbols began to glow faintly, illuminating her pale face in eerie light, as if they were here, begging us to listen. "Perhaps we can find a way to free them." But as she spoke those words, the fog thickened further, and the whispers exploded in volume, shaking the very ground beneath them. "You cannot free us. You belong to us." The cacophony of echoes enveloped them, slamming against their minds and hearts, drowning out their thoughts and filling their ears with howls of despair. Lily screamed, staggering backward as shadows erupted from the ground, taking forms that twisted and morphed into grotesque figures, their features obscured but eyes filled with an impenetrable void. They circled the friends, drawing closer, and it became unbearable to stay rooted in fear. "Run!" Ben shouted, grabbing Emma's arm and pulling her away from the stones. They broke into a frantic sprint, the nightmarish figures closing in behind them, the pounding of their hearts loud against the deafening silence of the fog. The darkness seemed to congeal around them, thickening like smoke, fostering confusion as they ran blindly through the bleak expanse. The ground felt uneven beneath their feet, and they stumbled as roots ensnared their ankles, threatening to drag them down into the depths of the earth, just like the figures trailing behind. "What's happening?" Emma cried out, panic seeping into her voice as she struggled to keep pace with Ben. "Did we make a mistake?" I don't know," Ben gasped, limbs burning with lactic acid as they pushed through the suffocating darkness. Suddenly, the howling noise crescendoed again, blending with a distant laughter that stopped them in their tracks, a chilling, malevolent sound that echoed through their bones and rattled their very being. The shadows around them swirled violently, and the laughter grew louder, enveloping them. "You shouldn't have come here," they chanted, voices layered like the fading remnants of dreams, darkness spilling over their words with increasing intensity. "Join us, and you will be free." That simple phrase echoed sharply within their minds, a chilling promise that resonated too intimately. They could feel the shadows teasing at the edges of their thoughts, tantalizing them with thoughts of oblivion, an urge to relinquish their fight, to surrender to the life of shadows and whispers. "We have to fight it," Jake yelled, gripping Emma's arm tightly as anguish laced through her eyes. "We have to push against it." Together, they turned their energy toward retreating from the fray, desperate to reclaim their freedom. The air around them felt electric, thick with tension, and they could barely make out the silhouettes of the figures as they loomed closer. In that moment, a single surge of determination ignited within them, and they charged forward, intent on breaking free from the suffocating grasp of despair. Pushing past the fog, they surged into the depths of the forest, heartbeats abandoned in their frantic flight. With each step, they fought against the lure of the shadowy figures drawing nearer, chanting their hollow promises of peace and rest. They could feel the weight of the past pressing down, desperate fingers clawing at their thoughts. Suddenly, the ground dipped sharply, sending them tumbling down a steep slope into yet another clearing. The earth beneath them gave way to a dark pit that yawned open like a mouth, hungry for their surrender. Crumbling rocks and logs littered the edge, the scent of damp earth filling their lungs as they tried to regain their positions, struggling to adjust to the shifting ground. "Over here," Lily called, pointing to a narrow ledge extending toward the pit. "We might be able to climb down." They fought against the pull of despair, scrambling for footing as they climbed onto the ledge, hoping for some reprieve from the pursuit of the shadows that threatened to engulf them whole. But even as they huddled together, whispering frantic encouragements amidst rising terror, the laughter echoed once more, now a deep, rumbling sound that sent chills coursing through them. "You can't escape. You're part of our tale now." The figures gathered at the edge of the pit, their forms swirling in the dim light, imperious and insistent. "You are ours." The sense of claustrophobia wrapped around them like a shroud, a prison of their own making that toyed with their very memories and fears. The shadows pulsated, reaching out with elongated hands that twitched and coiled like snakes in their desperate desire to seize them. "We need to jump," Jake urged, looking down into the pit that seemed to beckon like an abyss. "It might be our only chance. But what if we can't get out?" Emma protested, doubt creeping into her mind even as desire for safety waged war with the terror enveloping them. "It's better than being trapped here," Ben insisted, casting a determined glance over his shoulder at the advancing shadows. "We don't know what could happen if they catch us. We have to take the chance." With few choices remaining, they exchanged hesitant glances, chests heaving with anxiety. Gathering courage, they formed a tight circle before leaning forward. Taking a collective breath, with a synchronized cry, they leapt into the pit below, surrendering themselves to the unknown. Time stretched as they fell, the darkness wrapping around them like an embrace. The sounds of the forest faded, replaced by the rush of wind roaring in their ears. For a fleeting moment, their fears waned and they felt free, uncaged by the constraints of the shadows. Before the world collapsed back in upon itself, they landed on a soft, mossy surface, the impact jolting through their bodies as they struggled to regain composure. Silence enveloped them, and for a brief moment, hope danced in the air. Yet as they brushed themselves off and stood, that hope was dashed against the rocks surrounding them, illuminating what was clearly a cavern. The walls glistened with what seemed to be pulsating veins of luminescent stone, illuminating the dampness around them, casting eerie shadows that pranced along the walls. The air felt heavy and stagnant, as if every breath carried the weight of their missteps. "What is this place?" Emma's voice echoed softly, swallowed by the cavern walls. The darkness became alive, shapes materializing from the mist surrounding them as they delved deeper into the cavern. With each hesitant step, the whispers returned, wrapping around their hearts like iron chains. They were thick and suffocating, vocals scratching at their very souls, unraveling their concepts of reality. Each sound seemed to reverberate within their minds, growing louder and more insistent, entangling their very thoughts. Suddenly, a flicker ignited in the distance, barely distinguishable amidst the oppressive dark. It flickered like a dying ember, but drew their eyes nonetheless. "Look," Ben whispered, a sense of urgency bleeding into his voice. "There's something over there." They moved toward the flickering light, hope mingling with trepidation as they cautiously approached. The whispers leaned closer, wrapping around their throats like constricting vines, suffocating their resolve. They came to an opening, where the cavern opened up into a breathtaking chamber bathed in a mysterious golden glow. At the center of the chamber lay a large, intricately carved stone altar, unfathomable symbols wrapping around it like ancient words longing to be deciphered. The light pulsed in time with their hearts, creating a rhythm that caused unease to coil tightly in their chests. Suddenly, the whispers swelled in intensity, a crescendo of voices rising and falling, forming a chaotic chant. "Join us! Accept us!" Each cry echoed through the chamber, intertwining with their memories. Memories of joy, love, betrayal, and ultimately despair. "No, we're not joining you," Jake shouted over the cries, clenching his fists in defiance. The chamber echoed with his voice, resonating off the walls as if the shadows pressed closer, eager to ensnare them. The altar shifted, rippling like water. In its depths, the flickering light revealed ghostly figures trapped within, faces contorted in anguish. Granny Willow's voice emerged from the throng, her twisted smile visible in the chaos. "You could have been part of something great, shared eternity with us. But now, you'll become just like us." "No!" Emma screamed, feeling the weight of her fear crowd around her. "No!" Emma screamed, the sounds of the chanting growing louder, the fabric of reality warping around them as panic surged through her. The figures within the altar screamed in silence, their mouths moving in desperate pleas that echoed within the visitors' minds, seeping into their deepest fears. She could see Granny Willow's face twist into a grotesque mask of enjoyment, her laughter joining the shadows as they encircled the altar like wolves closing in on their prey. The surrounding darkness felt alive, creeping closer as if drawn by their fear. Suddenly, a chill swept through the chamber, freezing the air around them. Emma could see her breath materialize like wisps of fog, hanging momentarily before being devoured by the cold. With every breath, the shadows thickened, eagerly consuming the light of their hope. "Stay together," Jake shouted, grasping Emma's hand tightly, warmth contrasting sharply with the icy tendrils of despair weaving around them. They formed a protective circle, instinctively moving into a huddle as the oppressive shadows inched closer, longing to snatch them away one by one. As the cacophony of whispers surged, it felt like the very stones of the chamber writhed beneath their feet, resonating with the resonance of lost spirits, each whisper urgent in its call. "Join us. Accept your fate." The rope of despair pulled at their minds, memories surfacing unbidden. Emma saw her parents' faces, their loving smiles twisted into masks of concern. She felt the reverberating pain of loss mixed with guilt surge through her. Each figment of her past blurred into a tapestry of torment. "We have to fight it," she shouted over the mounting noise, drowning out the intrusive memories. "We can't let them take us." But the more she screamed, the louder the voices became, drowning out all sense of reason. Her heart raced as she felt the shadows reaching for her, icy fingers brushing against her cheeks, offering comfort that sent shivers down her spine. Shadows morphed and coiled, forming distorted faces that flickered in and out of existence, echoing the look of hope that had turned into despair. "Focus! We have each other," Ben yelled, his voice breaking through the fog. With grim determination, he turned to face the altar, eyes filled with a fierce resolve. "We have to fight for our memories, for who we are." The shadows writhed in unsettling agreement, laughing as if they relished the challenge. The altar's surface rippled again, the glow intensifying, illuminating the shadows that danced with increasing fervor. The shadows released a collective sigh, drawing back slightly, as though they were gathering strength for an all-out assault. "You can't resist. You will be one of us." "No," Jake shouted, defiance igniting within him as he stepped forward. "We will not be your puppets." Summoning every ounce of courage they had, they formed a tighter circle, joining hands, anchoring themselves to one another in their shared resistance against the weight of despair. They gathered their combined strength, drawing upon the memories they held dearly, the laughter, the warmth, the fleeting moments that illuminated their existence. As the shadows lunged at them, scattering like meteors in the night, Emma closed her eyes and concentrated. A memory surged forth, the warmth of her grandmother's embrace, the sound of her voice as she shared bedtime stories. "You will not take us," she shouted, channeling the warmth of that memory into her voice, transforming it into a luminous beacon of light. The glow surged around them, solidifying as it collided against the creeping shadows, illuminating the darkness that had encroached upon their minds. Beneath their feet, the earth trembled, rumbled by an unseen force as the altar began to dissolve, shadows darting away in panic as if scorched by the light they summoned. The walls pulsated, shifting ever so slightly, and the spectral figures trapped within lost their solidity, their anguished faces contorting, becoming almost ethereal as a newfound power surged through the friends. "Now, let's break this," Ben cried, the glow pulsating around them, rising higher and higher until it melded with the visages of memory and hope. The cries of the trapped shadows grew louder, metamorphosing into howls of despair, echoing through the cavern as if revealing the extent of the torment they had once endured. With one voice, their combined strength echoed throughout the chamber. "We choose our lives. You will not claim us." An explosion of light erupted, like a supernova detonating in their midst, enveloping them in a cocoon of warmth and brilliant clarity. The noise transformed into a symphony of remembrance as the shadows recoiled, cries of rage swirling around them. The burst of radiance disrupted the shadows, unleashing a whirl of energies that pushed against the lingering darkness, unshackling the figures imprisoned within the altar's embrace. Emerging from the glow were the faces of the lost, trapped souls that had been subsumed by fear and anguish, their eyes reflecting the horror they had once known. Yet within those eyes, Emma saw flickers of recognition, glimmers of hope rekindling despite their eternal captivity. "Join us," they whispered, attempting to lure them closer. "You can't escape this fate forever. Stay strong." Lily shouted, "They're trying to pull us in. We have to remember our essence. The laughter, the joy, the connection we hold within us." And as she spoke, a tidal wave of memories surged within the group, overwhelming and beautiful, replaying the laughter of summer barbecues, the joy of shared friendships, and the warmth of comforting words. They locked hands tighter until the pressure was almost unbearable. The shadows shrieked, countered by the essence of their united memories merging into an incandescent tapestry that spiraled outward. The chamber began to shimmer as the walls fractured and peeled apart like old paint, giving way to the light, revealing a fractured landscape beyond. A world upon worlds, a myriad of possibilities the friends had not yet dreamed of. "No, you cannot escape," the shadows howled, their forms morphing into feral shapes, tendrils of darkness reaching back toward the altar in a last-ditch effort to reclaim their lost control. Determined, the friends allowed the light within them to surge forth, a pulse of power igniting with urgency, breaking the chains that sought to bind them. They channeled each other's courage, drawing strength from every flame of friendship and shared experience. "We are not afraid," they declared, their voices uniting in harmony, resonating through the chamber like a cathedral's powerful bell. The darkness screamed, a cacophony that rattled their bones. The very air quaked with desperation as shadows shifted and twisted chaotically, trying to contain the wave of light that washed over the chamber. They could feel the power oscillating, the shadows slowly losing their grip as the bursts of radiance began to close in. In that moment, Emma realized they needed to focus, to connect with the flickering spirits tangled within the shadows, offering them salvation as well. "We'll help you," she shouted toward the figures within the altar, her heart breaking as she saw the raw pain etched on their faces. "You can be free too. We have to remember who you are." With renewed determination, they focused their energy toward the spirits, weaving their memories together. "You are not just shadows. You were once loved. Remember your laughter. Remember your names." The spirits seemed to respond, brightening as their features shimmered. The shadows faltered at the new influx of warmth filling the air, echoing against their once cold forms. With each passing moment, the connection grew stronger, memories forging bonds across the chasm of despair. The figures were no longer obscured. Their forms became clearer, faces washing over the friends. As the shadows dissipated, strands of memories intertwined, each thread weaving a tapestry of joy, loss, and laughter shared against the backdrop of despair. "Free us!" echoed their voices, joined together, resonating through the chamber until it reverberated in every corner. "Join us, and we will remember together." Just as the last shadows recoiled in horror, imprisoned souls began to rise. They formed solid shapes, merging into the bright tapestry of shared recollections, the colors swirling before the darkness, calling forth ghosts of the past. And from those threads of memories emerged the essence of those whom the shadows had claimed, swirling through the room like a vibrant storm of recollections, laughter erupting from within the depths, enveloping them all. In one final burst of joy, the figures of the trapped souls coalesced into a brilliant radiance, merging with the group's unyielding light, creating a colossal ripple that undulated like waves crashing against the shore. Each whisper of unity became a guiding star, igniting hope in the hearts of those who had forgotten light. The air vibrated. Darkness realized it was losing its hold as the boundaries of the chamber cracked and splintered, revealing the world beyond. They could see shades of gray being washed away by vibrant colors, the awakening of spirit drawing near. The cavern crumbled, shattering before them as they stood in a maelstrom of energy, pulsing with every heartbeat. As echoes of laughter filled the air, the friends felt the shadows slipping away, dissolving like mist in the sun, relinquishing their hold. Go! Stay in the light, they urged, each voice urging to free the spirits lifted within their voices. And then, without warning, a surge of power erupted. The cavern exploded around them, the walls collapsing into a whirlwind of energy and brilliance. The friends were swept up in the blinding chaos, their hands still clasped tightly together, hearts racing in unison as memory and light intertwined in a desperate battle against the encroaching night. The darkness howled one last time, a cacophony of despair, as they were propelled into an unknown realm, the sounds of sorrow vanishing beneath their feet. They surrendered themselves to the chaos, encouraging each other as they floated through the vibrant landscapes of color and light, distant laughter echoing always within the rapidly fading shadows. With every moment they soared, they could feel more of their essence returning, the warmth of joy flooding back, memories intertwining like threads stitched together into a fabric of hope that enveloped them, shining brightly against the remnants of the darkness they had left behind. "What is this place?" Jake asked as the brilliant colors pulsated rhythmically around them, creating a space that felt alive and visceral. They hovered somewhere between the past and the future, the vibrant glow rendering words unnecessary, merging their fears into strength. "Infinite possibilities," Emma whispered, a sense of yearning filtering through her voice. She felt light as feathers, knowing they had emerged from pain into something unrecognizable but filled with the promise of renewal. As they descended, the transient hues began to settle, gracing a breathtaking landscape of lush greenery and dramatic mountains that stretched endlessly into the horizon, the air crisp and energizing. Yet despite the beauty surrounding them, an unsettling feeling lurked beneath the surface. They had escaped the shadows, yes, but was this truly freedom? "Where are we?" Ben pondered, gazing at the expanse as if it could answer for him. "I don't know, but I feel strong," Lily responded, her body tingling with energy. "Our connection is still here. Whatever darkness we face seems to have transformed into something luminous." But as they took in the calm, the shadows of their experience reverberated deep within their souls, and the laughter of grief lingered in the background. Footsteps drew their attention, and they turned, suddenly tensed as they spotted figures emerging from the distance, draped in shimmering robes that caught the fading light. These figures approached, their faces obscured, emanating an ethereal quality that made their presence both comforting and unsettling. They stopped a respectful distance away, a glow surrounding them, and whispering amongst themselves as though debating quietly. "We have seen your fight," one of them finally spoke, their voice soothing yet alien. "You have escaped the grip of despair, embraced the fragments of your memories cohesively, and reclaimed your essence. Yet the shadows whisper of your return, their tendrils still lingering near. Darkness can be cunning, and will not easily relinquish its claim. Your fears may persist." Lily stepped forward, heartbeat steadying. "But we've won. We've fought them together. They can't draw us back. We've escaped their grasp." A moment of silence followed, the figures exchanging glances, their expressions unreadable. Escape is but the first step. Remember that shadows can echo, and they seek to reclaim those who do not remain vigilant. Their words rang in the group's ears, an echo that reverberated through every fiber of their beings. What lies ahead will test your resolve. Are you ready for the journey? The friends exchanged firm glances, reaffirming their connection, the essence of what they had achieved fueling their courage. "We're ready to face whatever comes next," Jake declared, steeling himself amidst the uncertainty, then stepped forward. The figure gestured toward the horizon where light met darkness, a pathway formed by intertwining shadows and rays of brilliance. "Embrace the unknown. You will find your paths illuminated." They nodded, stepping forward as a united front, exhilaration mixing with trepidation. The pathway shimmered beneath their feet, a blend of shadows and brilliance guiding them forward, breathing life into the unknown that lay beyond. The sensation enveloped them, each pulse igniting the remnants of fear and doubt buried deep within their hearts. And as they walked the path together, they could feel themselves forging ahead, scars fading, laughter mixing with echoes of vulnerability, and shadows whispering promises of hope intertwined with threads of uncertainty. They clasped hands, moving boldly together into whatever waited beyond the horizon. What lay ahead remained concealed and the air thickened as they trudged along the shimmering path, a blend of colors weaving and swirling beneath their feet. Each step reverberated with the vibrations of memories that echoed in their minds, shielding them against the whispers of doubt that lingered in the silence. Yet, an unsettling stillness fell, and as the shadows danced along the edges of their vision, the tension in the air began to shift ominously. Suddenly, a chill crept along the path, lacing through the warmth of their connection. A low growl resonated from within the depths of the shadows, a sound that rumbled like distant thunder growing closer. The shadows began to ripple, dark tendrils reaching out, attempting to withdraw moments of joy and light from their hearts. Emma shuddered, her pulse quickening as she glanced over her shoulder. They were not alone. "Did you hear that?" Ben whispered, his voice barely breaking the thick silence. The shadows around them pulsed with energy, and for a moment, the vibrant hues dimmed as if resetting, and a sense of foreboding began to weave into the fabric of their journey. Lily looked around nervously. "What was that?" "We need to keep moving," she urged, but inside, uncertainty gripped her. The path felt alive, shifting and contorting as unspeakable shapes crawled toward the edges of her vision. Flickering lights blinked menacingly in the darkness, forming grotesque silhouettes, swaying in rhythm with the sinister echoes lurking behind them. Without warning, the ground beneath them trembled violently, forcing them to stumble and cling desperately to one another. A jagged crack emerged beside them, splitting the path apart like a widening abyss, darkness seeping through, oozing like thick tar. Emma gasped, instinctively pulling back, her heart racing. "What is happening?" "We can't stay here." The crack widened, and from within the chasm, a cold wind gusted, carrying with it horrid whispers that clawed at their sanity. With each heartbeat, the whispers grew louder, a cacophony of despair echoed through the chamber of their minds, urging them to give in to their fears. "You cannot escape the shadows. They will always find you. You will always be bound to us." Emma felt the darkness tug at her memories, fragments slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. The laughter they shared began to fade, replaced by echoes of anger, heartbreak, and sorrow. She could almost see the phantoms taking shape in the gloom, twisted reflections of their former selves. "Stay strong," she shouted, rallying her friends, who were also faltering under the weight of the malevolent force trying to engulf them. But as she spoke, the shadows gathered, forming into distorted creatures with hollow eyes, their shapes flickering in and out of focus. "Join us," they hissed, their voices dripping with sweetness that twisted into venom, promising dark solace. "Your light will fade, and you will be one with us in this eternal night." Then the ground shook again, causing them all to stagger backward. The chasm yawned wider, and they caught glimpses of other souls trapped within, their faces twisted in anguish, reaching out with hands that dissolved into darkness. Lily's heart raced as fear surged. These were the spirits they could have freed, swallowed whole to never rise again. "No!" she yelled defiantly, feelings surging from deep within, bolstering her courage. "Our spirits are stronger than your despair." In that moment, from the shadows, a primal roar erupted, shaking the very ground they stood upon. The darkness recoiled, momentarily stalling, but then surged forward, unfurling like a monstrous wave. Forms began to emerge, larger than life. Shades of twisted resentment and sorrow solidified into beasts adorned with the remnants of their victims' heartaches. The air filled with a scent of acrid smoke, puncturing the vibrant energy surrounding them, making it feel stifled, inhospitable. Jake backed away, eyes wide with terror as one of the creatures lunged, its maw gaping wide, revealing jagged teeth that glinted cruelty in the flickering light. Fight back, he urged, but his voice cracked under the pressure of despair pressing closer. They were surrounded. Shadows knitted themselves into a tapestry of fury, closing in tighter and tighter. The friends grasped each other's hands, rallying against the encroaching darkness that sought to enfold them entirely. Emma could feel the weight of the shadows pressing, thick visibility blurring, as they whispered spiteful secrets into her ear. You are nothing without your light. It will dim, and you will return to us forever bound. But at that moment, they remembered that their strengths were illuminated through unity. Our light is stronger together, Emma shouted, her voice resolute. The others echoed her fiercely, drawing on the memories of laughter and warmth they carried in their hearts. A surge of energy flared between them like a beacon, illuminating the oppressive darkness enveloping them. With one stable breath, they channeled their fears into fierce determination, releasing every ounce of their essence in an incandescent burst that rippled through the air, causing the shadows to recoil, shrieking in agonized frustration. The monsters that surrounded them simmered, caught off guard by the intensity of their unity. Remember everything we faced, every time we lifted each other up, Lily urged, her eyes shining with defiance. The shadows lunged once more, but this time, they were met with a wave of brilliance. The connection escalated into a vibrant cascade of energy, cascading outward in spirals of color that shattered the darkness. The ground swirled, shifting into an endless expanse of fantastical landscapes that glimmered alive with warmth and hope. They were surrounded by mirrors reflecting their shared memories. Their joys mingled with sorrow, illuminating a path through despair. The creatures hesitated, spawning monstrous forms twisting in the light, attempting to pull back, but it was too late. With one final surge of hope, the friends threw their hands upward, harnessing the brilliant energy radiating from their hearts. We will not be bound, they cried fiercely. In a burst of pure light, the darkness began disintegrating, shrieks of fury echoing as shadows dissipated into the ether. But even as the darkness retreated, a foreboding weight lingered in the air. They could sense that liberation was only fleeting, a dangerous calm unfurling around them, wrapping its phantasmal tendrils around their thoughts, whispering insidious doubts. They had fought hard, but the remnants of fear remained like thorns embedded within their hearts, shifting into silent, unresolved echoes. As the vibrant landscape shimmered and solidified around them, their emotions mingled with the uncertainty as they took in their new surroundings. The colors that had moments ago enveloped them shifted into muted tones, deep blues and greens swirling sadly, an echo of their recent battle woven into its fabric. A chilling breeze passed through, flickering the trees twisted like skeletal fingers against the backdrop of a gray sky, creating a haunting environment even as the sun began to set. A sense of desolation gripped them, rang through the depths of the trees where shadows crept closer, hungering to draw firm connections. Where are we? Jake asked slowly, dread creeping into his voice. I don't know, but it feels wrong, Ben admitted, staring at the ashen remnants of what had once offered brightness. The path they had traveled began to blurrily curl back upon itself in faint outlines, muddled colors merging into shades of darkness. The memories that had thrived on the light in their hearts began to flicker, each one replaced with a haze of lingering fear, making the air feel heavy. We need to stay close. Whatever this is, it's still trying to draw us in, Emma stated urgently. Their connection more crucial now than ever as shadows began to stretch menacingly across the ground. The friends stepped cautiously forward, anxiety thrumming in the air, each finding little comfort in the presence of the others. But even as they remained united, the landscape began to shift subtly around them, trees twisting into eerie forms, casting elongated shadows that danced sinisterly in the twilight. And there's something else, Lily noted, stopping dead in her tracks. She squinted into the gathering gloom, spotting a figure half hidden among the trees, something pale and gaunt with eyes that shimmered with an unsettling light. Do you see that? The others turned slowly, hearts racing as they followed her gaze, spotting the figure standing motionless on the periphery. half illuminated by an ethereal glow that felt as if it beckoned irresistibly. "Should we approach it?" Ben asked, uncertainty creeping into his tone. Before anyone could respond, the figure shifted slightly, revealing a face marred by shadows and streaks of sorrow. "You shouldn't have come here," it whispered, voice crackling like dry leaves in the wind. Every pulse of Emma's heart quickened, an instinctual fear flooding her veins. "What do you mean?" she replied, trying to suppress the tremor threading through her words. "What do you know?" "It's a trap," the figure warned, gesturing with thin, trembling fingers. "Whatever light you carried is a beacon for the shadows that linger. They await your wonders to fade, merge with despair, and they will snatch your souls." The friends huddled together, apprehension heavy in their hearts. "What do we do?" Jake queried, glancing at the figure, whose pallor dimmed against the surrounding shadows. "Do not doubt yourselves. Every moment of fear gives them strength," the figure continued, its voice low, each word echoing with painful clarity. "Stay true to who you are. Do not forget what you fought for. Why should we believe you?" Lily countered, a protective instinct urging her to shield her friends with doubt. "Because I have been here too long, trapped amidst the loss," the figure replied solemnly, eyes piercing into their souls. "You must not allow their whispers to enter your hearts. You've tasted the light. You cannot lose that connection. Trust in your bond." With a final shudder, the figure faded back into the shadows, leaving the friends even more uncertain, breathless, tangled in fear. It was a chilling reminder of their fragile connection, the doubt seeping into every unspoken word. But before they could move, tremor shook the ground once more as a growl echoed through the underfoot, a primal rumbling that seemed to coagulate in the very trees surrounding them. A shadow shot forth, darting across their path, weaving between the trees like a phantom hunting in the night. The sight was terrifying. 3 ghastly beasts emerged, emerging from the gloom with hollow eyes ablaze with fury and malevolence. Their long claws, bared, gleamed with the remnants of despair. Stepping forward, the friends instinctively formed a barrier between the encroaching emotions threatening to overpower their connection. "Fight!" Emma cried out, raising her hands to channel the light they had kindled together. Hope surged through her veins like fire, igniting the air around her. The friends gathered their strength, summoning the brilliance flickering within. "We stand together," shouted Ben, his voice ringing resolutely through the darkness. They felt each heartbeat synchronizing, the energy ebbing and flowing, brave against the sinister terror looming before them. The shadowy figures lunged, jaws snapping, their cries tumbling through the air like a storm. But in their moment of unity, a surge of light erupted, rippling outward in necessity as blazes of color danced around them, illuminating the encroaching darkness in blinding radiance. The creatures faltered, wailing in horror, unable to withstand the onslaught of collective brilliance arcing toward them. Light together, they shouted as the energy coalesced, formed into a protective barrier that clashed against the advancing shadow. But even as they fought, the shapes of the creatures morphed into reflections of their deepest fears, a cacophony of lost connections and bitter regrets taking hold. Women twisted in torment emerged, trails of sorrow threading through the air as they whispered muted echoes into their hearts, dissolving their radiant essence. "You will never escape," the creatures screeched, their voices riddled with bitterness, resonating within the hollow vastness of despair, attempting to ensnare them in memories of loss, like chains pulling them backward. The friends felt the memories rush over them, a torrent of what they fought so far to escape clawing at their minds. Echoes of laughter laced with sharp pangs of grief ricocheted around them, haunted by the ghostly figures beckoning toward them from dusk. "No!" Emma screamed, that primal instinct of fear igniting within. They gripped each other tighter as the pressure mounted, every moment of hesitation threatening to unleash the darkness upon them. Shadows lunged forward, attempting to ensnare their essence, but they had come too far to succumb now. The walls of despair that had once seemed insurmountable were beginning to rattle as they held their ground. "We remember," They cried as one, channeling the essence of what they had found through their bond, the shared laughter, tears, and unyielding friendship that blessed their journeys together. In a final explosion of brilliance, they released every ounce of light within them, intertwining it with shared memories, nourishing the warmth that filled the crevices of dark despair. The shadows recoiled and writhed, battling against the onslaught. The dark forms began to fracture, light cascading through their beings as hope ignited the breath of their souls. Yet the darkness was relentless, howling as shadows transformed, clawing back into a multitude of distress, twisting and curling as tendrils sought to grasp their very hearts. "No!" Lily shouted, shaking her head fiercely, pushing against the shadows weaving themselves into her mind. "We are not your prisoners." But even as she spoke, the shadows slipped closer, whispers transforming into torment, planting doubt in their hearts. The air around them thickened with an almost palpable dread as the whispers of the shadows reached a fever pitch, clawing at their sanity. Each friend felt the echoes of their past, winding into their thoughts like tendrils, feeding on the doubts they had fought so hard to suppress. Jake shivered as a chilling reminder of his childhood insecurities flickered in his mind, a moment of shame so deeply buried that it twisted like a knife. "You're not enough," a voice whispered, cold as ice, puncturing the strength he had drawn from his friends. "Don't listen. Focus on the light," Emma shouted, her voice steady, even as her hands trembled. She reached for Jake, grabbing his arm and pulling him back into the warmth of their shared memories. Flames of their past burned brightly in her mind. A summer spent laughing and running through fields, the world free of shadows and fears. She could see the sunlight reflecting off Jake's jubilant face, his laughter ringing like music. But the shadows surged closer, and memories began to twist. Darkness draped over those sunlit days, transforming them into a distant memory that felt more like a ghost than a reality. "Rah, you will be alone forever," the beast snarled, a creature formed of swirling black mist, its eyes glinting with malicious mirth. It stepped closer, the ground trembling beneath it, exuding an aura of despair that clawed at their hearts. As they watched, other figures emerged from the thickening shadows. Images of lost friends and relatives, faces marred with sorrow and regret, eyes hollow and accusing. The remnants of past failures began to rise around them, a sea of shadows weaving and merging, creating an intricate tapestry of their deepest fears. They saw their moments of weakness, their failures magnified and distorted, resurfacing with savage clarity. Ben flinched as he caught sight of a vision of himself standing alone at a long-abandoned school, the laughter of his friends echoing faintly behind him, twisted into cruel taunts. "No, you're not real," Ben cried, shaking his head violently, trying to break free from the grip of the dark reflections of his past. The ground beneath him shifted uneasily, a churning mass that threatened to swallow him whole. He concentrated on the warmth of the bond he felt with the others, on the moments of triumph they had shared. He could feel it deep inside, pushing against the constraints the shadows sought to impose. Emma, her resolve flickering but undeterred, stepped forward. "We are not afraid of you. We will not fall into despair," she shouted, casting aside her own fears as she drew strength from the radiant light within her. The ground below vibrated, as if in response to her fervor, the air thickening with shafts of light that began to pierce through the mist around them. The shadows recoiled slightly, revealing glimmers of color behind their grim forms. Shimmering hues of hope and courage nested within the vibrant memories they cherished. But the darkness was relentless, and the shadows began to swirl more violently, forming shapes and figures that screamed out from the void, their cries mingling with the friends' efforts to push through the oppressive atmosphere. Lily inched closer to the front, holding her ground. She felt the weight of fear coursing through her, but her heart raged vehemently against the encroaching darkness. "You can't take us. We are strong together," she yelled, struggling against the oppressive weight as the shadows' whispers taunted. "No one will hear you. You'll always be betrayed by your own." A shadowed beast growled, prowling closer. At its claws, visions of betrayal flared up like boiling stones. A darkened room where the echoes of whispers felt razor-sharp. Friends' faces shifted into masks of disinterest, cutting her deeply. All the warmth she once experienced slowly drained away, leaving only a lingering chill. "Stay with us," Jake urged, locking eyes with Lily. With his determination ringing, he drew upon the flicker of light glowing in their hearts. Looking into his friend's eyes as they all held onto each other tightly, the shadows howled louder in outrage, the cacophony of their fear festering into a terrifying shriek as they lunged forward, attempting to tear through the fragile barrier the friends had formed. The group didn't waver. They felt the light pulling them together more forcefully, diving deeper into the essence that had now fused them. The distant remembrances of laughter flooded their senses, motivating them to yell back defiantly, their voices rising above the wailing darkness. "We are not alone," they chorused, pouring every ounce of hope and connection into their words. Suddenly, a brilliant wave of energy exploded outward, mingling with the darkness, illuminating the shadows momentarily as the friends felt their bond strengthen. The ground beneath them trembled again, causing fissures of light to snake across the surface, blooming into vibrant colors that momentarily illuminated their surroundings, shooting vibrant rays into the shadowy heart of despair. Beneath that flickering brilliance, the figures they had conjured faced a fierce reckoning. Doubt met with determination, but the creatures did not relent, shifting into grotesque forms that bore the scorn of lost promises and broken dreams. Their eyes glowed, seething with a hunger for despair as they howled, vying for the hearts of their prey. "You think you can defy us? You're only delaying the inevitable," a figure screeched, contorting its body like a snake, whispering accusations in murky tones. "You can't escape who you are." The shadows began to writhe violently, feeding off the confusion that lingered in each friend, echoing against their fears. As the darkness coiled closer, tendrils slithered around their feet, cold and suffocating, draining their energy. Each pulse of their hearts began to weaken, shadows expanding and coiling around their forms with a relentless tightness. In an act of defiance, Emma summoned the fragmented memories, fragments of joy and connection, the tender moments of laughter that sheltered them amidst the chaos. She shouted, "Remember our bond. Remember the love that has brought us this far." With those words, she powered through pain, forcing the memories to the forefront of her mind, focusing on the warmth of their friendship. And then, as those memories lit up within her, a radiant glow surged forward, crashing against the shadows and illuminating the figures of their past. An incandescent explosion of color ripped through the darkness, filled with the essence of every shared experience that had withstood despair. The amalgamation of warmth and love broke through the vile claws of the shadowy figures. For an instant, they stood transfixed, caught off guard by the sheer force of the brilliance aimed at them, their howls muted by the cacophony of warmth. But this reprieve was transient. The shadows quickly rallied, shrieking as they twisted back to reclaim their space. Hatred etched deeper into their forms. "You will always fall. Look!" The creatures roared. Patches of blinding light coalescing into illusions flickered before them. Visions designed to sway their resolve. Images of failure sprung forth. Lily standing alone as her friends faded into shadows, their laughter pulling away like the tide. Each ripple of despair fed into the maw of the creatures swirled before them, combating the radiant light, threatening their dark existence. The shadows twisted her memories into predators, grasping and elongating as they engulfed her mind. Each moment gleamed with agony, dark, cold creatures prying at her heartstrings. Yet amidst that torrent of memories, she could feel the warmth from her friends seep through. It flickered like a beacon, slowly cutting through the envious coldness that threatened to drown her. "No!" she howled defiantly, clutching the threads of light they had forged together, robust yet tender, as if she were embracing the hope that had kindled within them all. Meanwhile, Jake began to chant over the chaos, intertwining his voice with the others in a rhythmic chant that held the intangible spirit of their union. "We are not alone. We are not afraid. We stand against this darkness. We will overcome. Each syllable resonated through the shadows, shaking them to their core, fracturing their certainty. A sudden blast of energy pulsated outward, underlining their bond in vibrant hues that bathed them in light. Weaving through the dark figures with intent, the beast faltered for a heartbeat, massive jaws gleaming with hunger, before retreating slightly. The shadows swarming together but now unsteady, as if taken aback by the ferocity of their increasingly powerful glowing presence. Together, Ben yelled, drawing on their shared victory, forging a united front as the light poured into him. The moment he spoke those words, the energy built and surged through him, overfilling to the brink of release, and he pushed that light into another wave that exploded outward, forcing the darkness to recoil once more. The ground shook violently as they formed a barrier of light, encircling the friends within a cocoon that pulsed with warmth, vibrating with all the memories they had shared. The adventures, the laughter, the trust, and the battles they had fought together. Emboldened, they cast glimmers of light into the forming shadows, shredding their will, resonating through their spirits. Each wave of brilliance felt more potent than the last. Lily could see her friends growing even brighter, flame-like tendrils of light spilling over in a wondrous symphony, each one reflecting a piece of their essence filled with love and truth. "Remember who you are," Emma shouted, determination fierce as flowing gold enveloped them. "We have fought too hard to give in now." And with that, the fusion of memories engulfed them as they raised their hands, summoning their combined energy to push back against the onslaught of fear that spiraled around them. With the tide shifting, the figures in the mist began to flinch, their formed darkness splintering like broken glass beneath the fervor of their light. But even then, shadows twisted sinister and close, whispering promises of despair, their last push to drown them in hopelessness. "You can't escape who you are." The creatures screeched, their bodies distorting as they lunged forward, collapsing into grotesque heaps of shadows that seemed to blend and morph. The taunts became cries of rage, shrill yet distant as the connection they formed wrapped tighter, holding on for dear life against the maelstrom. But Lily felt the fear seep back into her heart, memories cascading into her mind like a tempest. What if we're lost forever? The whispered words echoed within her thoughts. The darkness bubbled and boiled, echoing fears of abandonment, loneliness gnawing through the tightly woven bonds. Jake sensed the hesitation growing within them, desperately pulling on the threads of hope as the shadows loomed closer. "Stay with us. We can't be lost. We're stronger than this," he shouted, his voice igniting an uncertain resolve amongst them. Yet, even through that flicker of determination, the illusions weaved darker threads, and the shadows surrounded them. They snarled hungrily, echoing twisted forms that sought to pierce the light. "You were never truly friends. You were always alone. Embrace it." Emma found her breath trembling, the shadows wrapping tighter around their minds, fragments of memories that felt too real, tainting the bond they had fought to strengthen. She fought against it, channeling the warmth of those gone before them, the bright smiles of friends who had stood against despair, their laughter ringing in her heart with courage. In a moment of clarity, she found herself calling, "We rise together. No matter how dark it gets, we're not alone." Each word opened up a floodgate of memories, drawing threads of light from deep within their souls. They began to surge forward, the flames igniting fiercely as the warmth lifted them from the shadow's grasp. Lily found herself lifted along with them, feeling the tide shift as the light enveloped them. "We will not be undone," she screamed, breaking through the fear as the shadows lashed out. In the instant the words echoed through the air, they ignited their combined energies, releasing a colossal luminescent explosion that rippled through the remnants of the dark and heavy air around them. For a moment, the creatures shrieked in disbelief, the explosion bathing them in a wild and colorful blare, causing the shadows to scatter like smoke caught in a fierce wind. It wasn't enough to defeat the darkness completely, but it gave the friends room to breathe. The shadows stuttered, their looming shapes faltering as the horizon began to glow with renewed vibrancy, light piercing through the oppressive gloom that had sought to swallow them whole. But even as the fear lifted momentarily, it was clear they were still in the midst of a merciless battle, a clash between the echoes of light and the despair churning beneath their feet. They had snagged a moment for reprieve, but the shadows were relentless, coiling and twisting, gathering their strength once more as they rushed forward. Screaming with anger, a desperate, racing tide of darkness shifting like a monstrous wave. "We must hold on to one another," Ben shouted, grabbing the hands of his friends tightly, forming a circle as they steeled themselves. "We can't let go, not even for a moment." The shadows surged, crashing against their light anew, but they remained steadfast, drawing deeply within to rush forth and illuminate the path just ahead. Together, each of them cried, hands clenched tightly, the warmth soaring through them, igniting every memory of strength, the consecutive moments laced into their shared experiences bolstering their hearts without wavering. The additional surge of energy flowed through them, building an unwavering resolve as they pushed against the engulfing darkness, finding a rhythm in unison that stitched together the fragments of their hearts. The shadows lashed out furiously as the energy flowed stronger. The shadows twisted and turned angrily, lashing out like wild serpents determined to strike, their monstrous forms coiling like smoke around the friends. Each anguished scream echoed in the suffocating air, warping the very fabric of their surroundings. The ground trembled beneath them, fissures opening like hungry mouths, revealing depths of shadow that pulsed with a malevolent heartbeat. It felt as though the very earth was alive with dread, awakening the fears that had lain dormant, waiting, hungry for a moment of weakness to consume them. Lily could feel the cold grip of panic tightening around her throat. The shadows whispered her fears, pulling her back, wrapping around her mind like vine around a tree, and murmuring deceitfully that this moment was the end. "You were never meant to succeed. You are trapped here, and there is no escape." She gritted her teeth, trying to push away the voices clawing at her sanity. The shadows shifted again, creating visions that clawed at her worst nightmares. A dark forest endlessly echoing her screams, a never-ending spiral of loneliness with each turn bringing a mockery of companionship. Friends who stood and watched but never came when needed. Then there was a massive crash, like thunder rumbling through the very core of the world behind them, as the shadows coalesced into a towering figure. Its hollowed eyes glowed a sickly amber, piercingly bright against the blackness. It opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth glistening, each glimmer edged with malice, ready to tear into their very hopes and dreams. "You dare challenge the darkness," it boomed, the voice a chilling echo that reverberated through their bones. The very air around them thickened, heavy with despair, pressing against their chests, urging them to fall into hopeless submission. "With our light, we can overcome you," Jake shouted defiantly, attempting to rally his friends. The remembrance of their shared laughter flooded his mind, memories of moments shared that had forged an unbreakable bond, and it filled him with renewed determination. The dark figure wavered for a heartbeat, as if struck by something invisible yet powerful, the potency of their unwavering hope threatening its very essence. The energy surged again as they clutched each other's hands tighter, forming a barrier not just against the creature, but against the crushing weight of their own fears. But the towering mass didn't relent. It twisted and shrieked, fragments of broken memories spewing forth from its mouth like a grotesque waterfall. Each fragment struck against the friends, visions rolling like waves crashing on the shore. Emma saw herself isolated on a cold, desolate island, watching as her friends drifted away on a gale storm, their faces fading into the horizon, the laughter replaced by the sinister whisper of the shadows. "You are alone. You'll never be loved." The ground beneath them shook violently, fusing with the chaotic echoes of her despair. The invective of the shadows wrapped around her mind like chains. Suffocating and relentless, the shadows seeped into her thoughts, planting seeds of doubt that sprouted into nightmares. The images came alive, twisting and writhing around her, showcasing loss that felt unbearable. The ache echoed deep within her heart as she desperately clawed at the tendrils, seeking to pull her into darkness. "Together, fight it," Ben shouted, breaking through the haze of illusion. As those words echoed, they stirred embers of light in Emma's heart, igniting a flicker of hope amid the consuming shadows. The vision twisted, morphing from despair into something new. Her friend standing beside her, laughter sparkling like shimmers of golden sunlight. They were there through it all, facing adversities that felt insurmountable and reflecting strength back into her teetering spirit. In that moment, the pressure began to ease, the shadows hissing indignantly as they retreated, the darkness that had sought to engulf them faltering. Yet it was fleeting, for the figure let out a bellow that split the air, shattering their moment of solace. "You think mere memories can save you?" it howled, each word like nails on a chalkboard, clawing through their minds. Suddenly, the air thickened again, curling into a tight grip around them that made it hard to breathe. A cacophony of anguished wails filled the air, growing louder until it seemed to drown out their thoughts. The ground rumbled, fissures erupting with each howled accusation, revealing shadows that clawed at the very foundations of their reality. Dark tendrils shot up from the cracks like serpents eager to drag them down. They twisted around their legs, pulling them into the depths, and Lily could feel herself sinking, her footing slipping, panic threatening to consume her. "Hold on!" she cried, her voice breaking through the storm of despair, her willpower igniting as she reached for her friends, desperate to pull them back from the brink. The shadows screamed louder, a cacophony of emotions spiraling into a deafening roar. They unleashed memories so vivid that it almost felt tangible. Each friend's past laid bare before them as their struggles painted grotesque forms around the towering figure. "You are failures. Look at what you've done." Their enemies sneered, morphing into distorted versions of each individual's worst fears. Jake saw his younger self, isolated and lost, the world cruel and unyielding. Ben's portrayal was a grotesque mockery of a friend standing coldly, indifferent to his despair. In that moment, Jake felt a surge of anger, buoyed by the desire to stand up against this desolation that thrived on their pain. "Stop! You don't own us," he shouted, the words fired by anguish but also resolution. Beneath him, the ground began to tremble again, and the shadows quivered, momentarily distracted by the spark of defiance igniting within him. In a moment of clarity, he thought of every triumph they had achieved together, every moment captured in laughter, a mosaic of memories that could illuminate even the darkest corners. The figure lunged forward, teeth bared, claws extended, but the friends stood firm, hands clasped, channeling the energy of their connection. Lilith and the others conjured their memories, letting the warmth spread, igniting their combined spirits. "We stand united," they proclaimed, their voices rising in a thunderous crescendo. Light radiated from them, pouring out fiercely, flames dancing in the air, while the memories merged into a blinding beacon that cut through the shadows like a sword. The cacophony of wicked laughter faded momentarily, replaced by a resounding harmony that surged through them. They felt the shadows give way, a fissure cracking through the thick darkness, the encroaching gloom staggering back as it squirmed under the weight of their light. Yet just as hope began to blossom, the towering figure erupted in a fit of rage, its massive form distorting and twisting, howling in a cacophony of wounded fury. "You think you can thwart me? You are nothing. You will be lost." Shadows gathered anew, morphing into fearsome shapes that lunged toward them, each dark tendril reaching to tear apart their bond, to isolate them once more. As the rushing shadows threatened to engulf everything, fear swelled within them, an all-consuming sensation that gripped their hearts tightly, the chilling thought that their light might falter. Barely holding on to each other, they felt the icy fingers of dread wrapping around their very souls, echoing a grim refrain, "You are doomed." But amidst that rising tide of despair, Emma closed her eyes tightly. With every ounce of her will, she envisioned the love they had for one another, a fierce bond that had endured even the darkest of times. "We are not lost," she shouted, her voice rising above the chaos, causing the shadows to hesitate, if only for an instant. She remembered the times they had lifted each other up, rallied against adversity, and shared dreams. The strength of their camaraderie sparked a fierce flame that glimmered brightly. In that sacred moment of truth, each of them began to chant intertwined, their voices blending into a powerful hymn. "We won't give in. We won't fall apart. Our light is stronger." The unity they had formed pulsed through their hands, an energy packed with every smile, every friendly tease, every moment of kindness they had shared. Each heartbeat synced, thrumming against the shadows' hisses, a resolute determination that refused to back down. The colossal figure let out a howl, reverberating through the chasms, a reversal of their powers surging outward as the shadows began to fragment. It thrashed violently, attempting to break their combined light as they stood steadfast, resolute in their purpose. The air crackled with energy, the collective will of their bond becoming an unstoppable force that burst forth, surging through the darkness like a tidal wave, washing away fragments of despair. Bright light erupted from their joined hands, cascading out in fractals, dispersing the darker tendrils seeking to devour their resolve. It roared, claws slashing in vain as the echoes of their laughter echoed among the cracks, flooding the air with memories that dripped with warmth and kinship. Light enveloped them completely, refining their essence as a resplendent storm of luminosity rippled across the chamber. "Together we rise," they cried in unison, an unstoppable chant of rebellion against the encroaching shadows. It surged through them, lifting their spirits, and for a flickering moment, they visualized the darkness fracturing under the pressure of their unity, splitting like ice beneath a powerful sun. But the darkness would not yield easily. The howls intensified, swirling into monstrous voices that permeated their every thought. "You think you can escape? You will always be haunted. Your past will consume you." It was like fog creeping into their minds, scrambling thoughts, each new word seeking to burrow deep into their consciousness. As they pushed forward, fragments of shadow rose to take on ghastly forms. Specters of their past traumas morphed around them, festering and insatiable, wails echoing with a desperate hunger. "Don't think you can forget. We will claim you." They were visions distorted, tears glistening on faces long gone, laughter twisted into malice, and dreams reduced to ashes swirling in a cyclone of despair. It was a gallery of their fears brought to life, anchored by the towering figure thrumming with dark energy. The shadows loomed more extensive and more menacing, cloaked in thick tar that rolled hungrily toward them. A tide that rose with an ominous growl and crushed everything in its path. "Resist," Ben shouted, forcing the warmth and light deeper into his heart, conjuring memories that felt invincible, stronger than the dark. He could visualize the brightness growing, turning into a vortex that wrapped around his friends, individual flickers merging into a dazzling whole, illuminating the nightmares as they fought back against the curling mass creeping towards their hearts. But it took effort. The darkness had been conditioning them for far too long, each taunt another crack against their defenses. "You are all alone. No one hears your cries." It thundered still, seeping into their thoughts, drowning out their unified chant. Shapes twisted and flicked around them, a seed of despair rising between them. Suddenly, a deep sense of panic crept into Lily. "We can't keep this up. We'll break. What if we fail?" The whisper curled around her heart, threatening to smother her fire as the shadows sunk deeper. The figure loomed closer, teeth bared and glimmering, ready to obliterate their hope, ready to snuff out their defiance. "No!" Emma yelled, glaring back at the vile creature. She could see its eyes flicker with something, fear. It surged again, racing forward, and in that moment, hope ignited within her. "We have each other." Her words felt like magic that cut through the darkness wings that swirled around them. "Our friendship is a light that will protect us." Feeling invigorated, she focused her power, letting the memories flap against the darkness like wings on an epic journey. Warmth radiated through her core as she remembered the moments of joy, the times they stood together against the world. Together, we are stronger, she screamed again as the light cascaded around them, illuminating their connection, generating warmth that flooded the frigid landscape of shadows surrounding them. And just like that, a collective surge erupted, pushing the shadows back once more, as if they had drawn a massive breath of resilience within their hearts. Each friend felt the hum of energy as the shadows forged into grotesque shapes before their very eyes, distorting, flailing in their desperate attempts to regain control. But against the rapid beating echo of their hearts, they pressed on, fervor igniting their souls, shouting out their connection, building like a storm against the shadows. The balance tipped. Light flooded their minds, brightening until the darkness shimmered and waned like a fading twilight. Anger rushed back in waves, their memories merging into a collective force, rousing echoes of laughter that formed a protective veil around them. Each moment clicked together, strengthening their resolve until every flicker felt like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming the shadows that surged against them. Together we stand, they cried, voices blending into an anthem of hope, carrying resilience that began tearing through the heavy weight of despair. The figures recoiled, cries muffled beneath the tumultuous energies as their manipulations strained against the pulse of unity formed. With one final push, they lifted their hands high, summoning their bonds, feeling every ounce of love and laughter resonate, intertwining as the shadows screeched, twisting in agony. The storm surged outward, engulfing the dark, lighting the expanse with brilliant hues, chasing away despair with relentless fervor. The tower of darkness faltered, caught in the pull of friendship that illuminated their battered hearts, illuminating who they were amidst dark whispers trying as the towering figure stumbled back, the echoes of its anger twisting into shrieks that rattled the very core of the chamber. Shadows clawed and reached for the friends, desperate to drag them back into the abyss. Each tendril whispered of regrets, each phantom a shadowy manifestation of their worst fears. Jake felt them brush against his skin, like icy fingers as they sought to burrow deep into his thoughts, squeezing tightly around his heart. Remember when you failed to save them? A voice hissed, a chilling wind weaving through his mind. Images burst forth, vivid and cruel. Memories of moments lost, friends he hadn't been able to protect, all replaying on an endless loop. The sting of guilt cut deep, but he rallied against it, pushing at the tendrils wrapping around his throat, tearing at the chains that pulled him toward despair. No, I will not be defined by my failures. Around him, the others faced their own torment. Lilith's eyes widened as shadows manifested in corners of her vision, swirling into forms that mirrored her fears. Haunting versions of herself, fractured and lost, whispering dark promises of inevitable failure, of dreams that would never come true. The most vivid was a shadowy figure resembling her younger self, the one who first dared to dream, now twisted and warped with bitterness, her eyes black voids of resentment. You will never overcome what you are, Lilith. You are destined to fail. No! Lilith screamed, gripping Jake's arm tightly. I am more than my fears. She felt the weight of their connection, a warm pulse thudding through her veins like an ancient drumbeat, strong and steady against the chilling onslaught of darkness. And yet, the cries of the shadows grew ever stronger, a dark symphony that pulled at the threads of their resolve. The proximity of the shadow beast intensified the atmosphere, its breath heavy with foul whispers that mingled with the stale air, creating an oppressive atmosphere thick with dread. Do you really believe that your unity can defeat me? The figure boomed as it reasserted itself, coiling like a serpent around the edges of the light. You know you are powerless alone. You have always been alone. It stepped forward, each movement causing the ground to quake, resonating through their bones. In its shadow, grotesque images loomed, visions of heartache and despair, where friendships crumbled beneath the weight of abandonment, where laughter turned into nothing but hollow echoes. Ben stepped forward, each stride fueled by determination and dread. "We will not fall apart." He extended his hand toward the creature, summoning the light within him as he fought to oppose the suffocating darkness. "Our bonds are the strength we lean on, and our light only grows brighter in the face of adversity." With every ounce of his will, he conjured visions of hope. Moments spent together, firelit nights filled with laughter and camaraderie. He pictured the warmth of each embrace, each word of support. "You are nothing but an illusion, a figment of our imagination, and we will banish you." Suddenly, a deep growl filled the room, an angry roar that echoed against the stone walls and caused the very air to tremble. The shadows coiled tighter, threatening to retract and crush them under the weight of their collective despair as the figure reared back in genuine rage. "You think mere memories can bind me? I will devour you whole." The darkness twisted, tendrils shooting toward them like arrows, slick and oily, grasping hungrily for their throats. Jake felt the shadows constrict around him, stealing the air from his lungs, each cold touch chilling his skin, layering dread over hope. "Fight it!" Emma yelled, her voice cracking as she strained against the encroaching shadows. "Remember who you are." Suddenly, a flickering light caught her attention in the chaos around them. It pulsed against the darkness, a beacon that beckoned with warmth and clarity. She gazed into the nightmarish abyss, squared her shoulders, and threw her head back. "We are not afraid. We are a team. You are nothing." They began chanting again, their voices rising in a crescendo, a determination gathering like a storm until it exploded from their lips. The shadows writhed violently, hissing in protest as their words turned into an anthem of rebellion, each syllable slicing through the air like fire. For a brief second, time seemed to freeze as the light they channeled broke through the dark, illuminating the fear-hinged faces of their tormentors. It felt like stepping into the sunlight after a long, oppressive winter. And yet, the bright glimmer was but a conniving sliver, barely holding against the overwhelming wave of shadows encroaching closer. The monstrous form of the creature lunged forward, furious, twisting into a grotesque display of shadows, a monstrous face emerging from the cloak like a deformed god of darkness, its mouth a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, eyes two flaming pits of malevolence. "Fools," it thundered, "you will drown in your own light." Terror seized Lilith's heart as the creature's growl vibrated in her bones. She felt overwhelming pressure surrounding them, suffocating cold, making it harder to breathe. "Keep fighting," she gasped, determination crackling through her fingertips as she envisioned their bond lighting the path ahead. Shadows circled them like vultures eyeing fresh prey, hungry and relentless. They pulsed, dark and toxic, each coiling around her throat, trying to choke out her will. The real darkness seeped into her mind, whispers clawing at her sanity, urging hopelessness, promising inevitability. "You will never be whole. You have always been broken." "No!" she screamed, casting her eyes to the sky that felt suffocatingly low. "We are stronger together." Reaching deep inside herself, she pulled the light of her memories and laughter into a single point, turning her fear into fortitude. Each memory became a shard of light, fighting back against the oppressive darkness. The friends rallied around her, pushing their hands into the pulse of energy, letting it expand until the light enveloped them completely, each flickering moment of joy bursting forth. Echoes of laughter rolling back against the shadows. The force pushed the darkness outward, light glancing off the twisted figures of their fears, twisting shadows into panicked forms, retreating from the now all-encompassing brightness. The monstrous figure howled in anger, a dissonance that reverberated through the room, shaking the stones themselves and causing the ground to split. "You wretched insects! You will regret this decision." It lunged toward Ben, sharp claws aimed for his throat, the shadows swirling into lethal tendrils. He felt the weight of their collective fear attempting to lap at his ankles, but beneath it swelled the warmth of their defiance. In that moment, he refused to falter. "Don't you dare ask for our submission," he shouted, standing firm, allowing the light to gather at his core. The energy surged, breaking free in a powerful wave that pushed against the monster's vile grip. The shadows writhed, their dark laughter filled with malice, cutting through their unified resolve like jagged glass. "Fools!" the creature shrieked again, its voice low and guttural. The walls of the chamber seemed to pulse with shadows, and every remaining flicker of hope felt dimmer, consumed by the ravenous vacuum of emptiness encircling them. Knives of despair stabbed at their hearts, each pulse of darkness drawing them further into their own anguish. Jake gritted his teeth, summoning the wild flicker of resilience flickering in his heart. "We won't be broken. No, we are together." As if the very declaration summoned the strength within, he focused his thoughts, recalling every bonding moment, each shared smile, embrace, and even simple shared silence between them. From each friend, they began to harmonize without even needing verbal command. Light swelled as their souls intertwined, pulsing in rhythm like the heavy beats of war drums. Shadows recoiled from the resplendent force, pulled back as rays of sheer brilliance erupted from their combined will, slicing through the monster's wrath. But the danger was palpable. The figure twisted again, mist-swirling wildly, and suddenly the ground beneath shifted. The chamber seemed to expand, drawing deeper into a void, like the insatiable maw of an ancient beast wanting to swallow its quarry whole. Pulsing darkness swirled around them, coiling tighter until it felt as if it could close in and crush their hearts. "Keep your eyes on the light," Emma shouted. But the demonic visage crept closer, shadows thickening as they dripped down like tar. "You cannot escape the truth," the creature boomed, voice turning cold, oozing malicious intent as manifestations of their darkest moments erupted from its twisted form, each more grotesque than the last. The echoes of their insecurities surged, twisted visions of swirling faces. Memories of betrayals projected themselves onto the stone walls, blistering and dark. Sarah found herself enveloped in a haze of despair, things she had tried to forget bathing her in their bitterness. Every time someone had abandoned her, each moment where she felt utterly alone. "Don't listen," Lilith yelled, clutching Sarah's hand, channeling warmth from her heart. "You're not that person anymore. We are more than our fears." The shadows wrapped around them, but every flicker of light seemed to push harder against the constricting darkness. Fatigued but determined, the friends focused together, channeling energies from within, the warmth swelling until it took the shape of golden tendrils that expanded outward, overwhelming the shadows. It was an alchemical reaction, flipping the darkness around them, like a light bursting through the darkness, stripping away the pain, exposing the cracks in the monster's facade. "Yes, together," Ben yelled, the voice ricocheting loudly. "Together, we stand as one. We reject your despair." Each word punctuated the thick atmosphere, every harsh note echoing through the chamber like a bell's chime. But just as the light surged, the dark figure twisted once more, screaming in outrage, "This ends now!" It vanished into a void, and the friends felt a rush engulf them, an icy wind sweeping over them, promising terror as shadows clawed hungrily at the corners of their vision. They could feel it lurking, insidious claws skimming along the edges of their minds, seeking every vulnerable crack to infiltrate. Dread pulled deep in their guts, the shadows merging into one, revealing a figure looming at the edges. "Foolish children," the voice hissed, frosted and sinister as a blizzard. "Do you think you can escape your own mind? What do you believe you're fighting?" And then reality twisted, the walls shifting into distorted faces, each whispering their regrets, their darkest secrets peeling back like layers of an onion, raw and delicate. They could see their childhood selves locked in shadows, visions of anguish swirling around. Jake felt his pulse quicken as his younger self stood there, lost and alone in a cold, unending night. "You will never be strong enough," the phantoms crooned, echoing the darkness that offered nothing but despair. "No!" he shouted, pushing with every ounce of his will, reaching for the warmth of his friends. We are not what this darkness says. We are forged through struggles. I am strong alongside you. As their combined voices reached a fever pitch, the shadows retreated, but with every step back, they regrouped more vicious, more desperate to reclaim ground. The transformed creature howled, the sound piercing through their resolve like a dagger. This is merely the beginning. You cannot comprehend the abyss that awaits you. The shadows morphed into a whirlwind, frantic and insatiable, a torrent of despair that whipped around them, trying to tear them apart. Each vortex spun with the fey of old, crackling with dark electricity, drawing on their fears as it threatened to overwhelm their consciousness. "Hold on," Ben cried, voice straining through the thick layers of fear swarming around them, trying to focus on the bright luminescence despite the mounting darkness. Unrestrained terror clawed through the air thick with despair, visions of losses and betrayals spiraling around them, a maelstrom of grief that sent shivers racing down their spines as doubt crept into their thoughts. "Close your eyes and remember," Emma yelled, trying to pierce through the burgeoning despair, wrapping her arms around Lilith. And in their hearts, light flickered, a memory of better days, cozy fireside laughter, and moments of warmth between them, igniting an ember against the cold shadows swarming all around. Fueled by that connection, each moment gathered strength to form an unstable but flickering flame. "We are together," Lilith shouted. She felt her heart racing, every word rising higher, a clarion bell against the encroaching dread. "And we won't be crushed." The air crackled as they channeled their energy into one solid focus. The wave of light propelled towards the abyss of the creature that roared, howling into the night as the brightness burst forth, becoming a beacon powerful enough to slice through the storm picking at their resolve. But the figure lunged again, shadows recoiling around them, twisting into jagged shapes that lunged through the air, attempting to pierce their hearts. "I will consume you. I will feast on your failures," it declared, breath hot as it lashed out, wisps curling like smoke, ready to choke the life from their spirits. They shrank back, the shadows licking at their heels, and fear threatened to drain them of energy. It spun cruelly, images of their past failures erupting around them, whispers echoing in cascading waves. "You are nothing. You have always been nothing." The atmosphere thickened with dread, almost tangible, wrapping around them like a tightly bound shroud. Each whisper from the shadows echoed eerily, as if long-lost phantoms were crawling out from the depths of despair to gnaw at their sanity. The very walls of the chamber contorted, twisting reflections of the monstrous figure they faced, taking on familiar shapes and faces that tugged at the threads of their memories. Beneath their feet, the ground felt alive, pulsing in rhythm with its own torment, like a heart beating in a chest twisted by pain. In the swirling darkness, Jake spotted something, a fleeting figment that flickered just beyond reach. His youngest sibling, eyes wide with fear, was trapped in the encroaching gloom, mouth open in a silent scream. The pang of guilt surged through him as shadows cloaked her, wrapping tightly like constricting ivy. "No, Emily!" he shouted, but only echoes replied, suspended in the air as thick as smoke. The grotesque face of the creature twisted in response, its maws stretching impossibly wide, revealing rows of teeth that glinted like daggers. "See how easily they are lost," it taunted, a low rumble reverberating through the chamber. "You're powerless to save them. You will always be powerless." The hollow laughter echoed around them, sending tremors of unease racing through their hearts. A chill sliced through the air, drawing them closer to the edge of submission, and Sarah felt her heart pounding violently against her ribs, an instinctual warning begging her to flee. The shadows pressed in, a writhing mass that seemed to pervade her very being. Every movement felt like being pulled back into the grasp of their darkest moments. She stepped forward, determined to fight through the suffocating darkness, drawing strength from the bond they shared. "We won't let you take them," she cried. Suddenly, the room around them shimmered and shifted, becoming a twisted reflection of their shared past, a landscape distorted by fear. Memories rose like specters. Days filled with laughter turned bitter by betrayal. moments of vulnerability flaring under mocking stares. Faces of those who had wronged them materialized in the shadows, unfurling like ancient scrolls. Each face haunted them, flickering in and out of existence, tormenting them with their sins. The shadows snarled, twisting into grotesque versions of their own regrets, clawing at their minds. Lilith felt the air growing dense, her breath escaping her lungs as she struggled against the weight of their collective despair. "Remember who we are," she called into the storm, her voice firm but trembling. "Remember the strength we've found in each other." But the darkness surged, every anguished memory aggravating the monster's own form. It writhed beneath their feet, reforming and shaping itself to their fears. Twisted faces carved into the stone walls erupted with chilling glee, every sneer and scoff amplifying the shadow's voice. "You are nothing but echoes of your failures, trapped in a cycle of despair. You will never escape." "Stop! You're wrong!" Ben shouted, clenching his fist as if to physically lash out against the darkness. "We are not defined by our mistakes. We have so much more than this." In that moment, fragments of light began to pulse in the corners of their vision, flickers of hope igniting like fireflies emerging from a long winter's night. They felt a connection coursing through them, unmistakable warmth against the stark chill of the shadows. They each breathed deeply, closing their eyes to refocus on what mattered. The ground beneath them shifted again, a turbulent wave that threatened to swallow them whole. Yet within it lay the core of their strength, the memories that had forged their friendship. Laughter echoed, the sound ringing like bells as they invoked the happiest moments they had shared. Each powerful recollection poured out into the darkness, illuminating the edges where the shadows clung most desperately. But the creature was not done. It contorted, morphing as moments from their past surged to the forefront, past losses surfacing like scars ripped open anew. In an instant, a memory soared into view, a family picnic gone wrong. Emily's laughter abruptly cut short as she tripped, falling into a patch of brambles. The rupture of her cry permeated the air, mingling with the creature's laughter. "How quickly joy turns to anguish," it mocked, the words dripping with malicious glee. Jake felt bile rise in his throat, the image clawing at his heart, a reminder of the shame he had carried all these years. "I should have been there to protect her," he gasped, agony thrumming through him as he recalled every time he had failed to be the brother she deserved. "No!" Lilith shouted, wrenching Jake from despair's grip. "You're not that person anymore. You've grown stronger through your heartache." Resonance coursed through her as she recalled their stronger times, facing each fear together, conquering them, using the power of their friendship to dispel darkness. They were more than scars. They were warriors born from suffering. Emboldened, Jake straightened up, feeling embers of light begin to ignite within him. "Together," he declared, voicing the burgeoning energy that pulsed in tandem with his friends. The shadows recoiled, flickering as they struggled against the dawning resilience. In their hearts, around them, the once oppressive darkness shifted, unable to bear the weight of their inspiring revelation. The monstrous figure screeched in fury, hollow and resonant. It no longer felt formidable but instead vulnerable, fueled by their own rejection of fear rather than drowned in its depths. Veins of light snaked around them, their shared strength igniting as they focused toward the center, pushing back against the suffocating shadows. The creature wrenched back, howling, but there was desperation beneath its rage. It began to lose form, struggling to maintain its grip on them as brightness surged like a shockwave through the twisted landscape. "Look to the light! Draw it forth!" Ben yelled, now certain of their combined strength. In that instant, they became wholly aware of their connection, a tapestry of shared histories, their laughter and love lighting each path they had walked together. Sarah concentrated on the warmth radiating from within as she grasped Ben's hand tighter, her heart pounding in concert with their collective rhythm. "You can't take us," she shouted, realizing the darkness around them could not withstand the wave of gratitude and determination uniting them. Warmth flooded her chest, blossoming, realizing they were woven not just from fear but from overcoming it. together. As they pushed, a brilliant light radiated outward, engulfing the room, tearing apart the very fabric of the shadows coiled around them. They could see fragments of themselves reflected in inky tendrils as they surged forth, faint glimmers of light shining back at them. "We choose to be more than fear," Lilith cried into the depths, her voice ringing like a beacon. But the creature fought back, lashing out in a desperate attempt to snuff out their burgeoning strength. It lashed grotesque limbs out at them, trying to sever their connection, its claws like rays of midnight, trying to cut through starlight. "You will pay for your defiance," it roared, and the chamber trembled, pulsating between shadow and shimmering brilliance. "Not today," they shouted in unison, their voices weaving together as if echoing from an indomitable force. The light flickered and swelled, engulfing them wholly as they solidified their resolve, each pulse resonating deeper and brighter, reflecting their shared memories and love. In that moment, a flood of warmth surged from their hearts, shattering the darkness that encased the chamber. Tendrils of light sprang forth, shoving back the creature, overwhelming it with all the loveliness they had learned to embrace over time. The walls of the chamber splintered, light breaking through jagged cracks as the darkness gave way to light, creating a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors that danced before them. But then, from the maelstrom of chaos, emerged another figure, blossom-like, bursting into their midst. "What is this magic?" The voice purred, sultry and chilling. "You dare rise above your suffering? You dare to hope?" The light dimmed as the spectral form shimmered into focus, an ethereal visage seemingly birthed from the very shadows themselves, adorned in a cloak of shifting darkness. Face serene and yet maddeningly beautiful. Such brave little souls, trying to fend off what has bound them for so long. Will you fight for your precious hope, or will you succumb to the real power of despair? The friend staggered, recoiling under the weight of the voice. Haunted, sultry, it wrapped icy fingers around their spines, and each word held the icy sting of doubt. Beneath the exquisite beauty lay twisted sorrow, pulsing in rhythm with their own hearts, and the air thickened with poisonous whispers promising betrayal and loss, a seductive lullaby seeking to ensnare them. "No!" Sarah didn't back down, her resolution flaring brighter. "You have no power over us. Not anymore." Gritting her teeth, she focused on the warmth surrounding her. She could feel every friend's heartbeat sinking with her own, grounding her against the encroaching shadows. Reeling in front of the figure, the shadows thrashed violently, but she pressed forward. "We are not afraid. We are united." Each word resonated outward, draping warmth across the hollow expanse. The figure laughed, a sound that echoed like shattered glass, sharp and cutting through the light, whispering chilling truths of decay. United in what? You cling to hope as if it's a weapon, but together, you are still broken souls seeking solace in a false light. You are but fragments of what could have been. To have their worth whispered back against the spiraling darkness felt like chains banding around their limbs. They felt the shadows claw at their hearts, twisting laughter seeping into their bones. Each word sliced through the layer of their resolve, the elegant venom wrapping around them like a poetic trap, constricting with extravagant cruelty. "No!" Lilith stomped forward, each sound reverberating through her, a determined pulse against despair. "We are whole because we have each other. We've faced hell and back. We have grown together, and we will not let you drown us in shadows." Each of them surged with renewed strength, every whispered fear melting away like frost under sunlight. The shadows dwindled, but the figure merely hissed, twisting unnaturally in the fleeting light. "You think camaraderie shields you? You still taste the bitterness of isolation. How can you combat your own shadows?" The wind howled around them, and darkness billowed like a storm. Every emotion stirred, seeking to pull them apart. Memories surged anew, plains of grief yet unhealed hovering at the edges, aching whispers of loneliness poking through. Ben clenched his fists, anxiety racing through him as nightmarish faces swung into focus. Betrayed friends, lost love, unfulfilled dreams. and regrets that left deep gouges like wildfires burned in their wake. His heart raced, those flames of despair licking hungrily at the edges of his sanity. Don't show us that. We're stronger than those shadows. But the phantom's grin only widened, swelling in confidence. Such foolish bravado. Conflicted hearts telegraphed despair. Speak louder, if you will. Shout against the tides. But I assure you, the memories you carry are shackles birthed in torment. The friends stood firm, resolute, a powerful energy rising between them, light beginning to pulse again. We dictate who we are, Lilith shouted, feeling a heartbeat beneath her feet as they pressed into the solid ground. We discard the hatred. We rise as light. All their hearts surged, and as the light burst forth, it clashed against the shadows once more, illuminating the dark chamber with gleaming brilliance. Yet the figure curled tighter, laughter echoing as the light struggled against the encroaching storm swarming them. Together, again and again, Sarah shouted, as warmth blazed anew, ever stronger. We move beyond grievance, beyond pain. You are woven into our light. Foolish association, doomed to fail, the figure taunted, arms outstretched in invitation, conjuring waves of memories so thick they nearly choked them with their weight. Remember the pain, the sorrow, the betrayals. Let the darkness reclaim you. With a roar that filled the entire space, the friends pressed forward, the light expanding around them, silencing the shadows with unity. They were warriors, no longer burdened by the weight of despair, but drifting beyond that horizon of shadows, forged under trials, their faces alive with determination. As they surged forward, the chamber began to quake, tremors shaking every stone, as though the ground could feel the fight. Igniting, all around them, shadows shrieked and recoiled, desperate to cling to the darkness. Together we rise, Jake shouted, driving the energy forward as the walls of the chamber brightened, reflecting every hue of warmth. No, you cannot withstand me. The figure's face twisted in desperation, snarling as it was outshone, shadows flickering at the edges, losing ground under their combined will. Light prevails, Lilith shouted again, shoving forward, and the pulse of energy cascaded further, crackling like thunder, breaking through the layers of darkness that pressed in unrelenting waves. Somewhere deep within, clarity emerged, not just as individuals, but as a union of light gathered to combat the shadows. They felt their hearts harmonize, every beat forging together. Fading fragments of fear morphed into radiant shields as every sorrow transformed into blinding radiance. As their connections surged, the darkness dissipated, curling back into the void, shadows disintegrating into nothingness at there. The echoes of their unity filled the air, a thunderous confirmation that ignited the very tendrils of light seeping from their hearts. The once oppressive atmosphere quivered under their resolve, the walls of the chamber pulsing like a living entity as shadows fluttered against the burgeoning brightness. But even as they pushed forward, darkness writhed and contorted, reshaping itself into grotesque tendrils, clawing back through the fissures created by their light. Suddenly, the ground buckled beneath them, a deep rumble reverberating as if it were a beast awakening from a long slumber. A chorus of whispers erupted from the depths of that spectral void, weaving a tapestry of fear, dreadful, beckoning thoughts that wrapped around each of their minds like snakes constricting, squeezing. You think you can escape? They hissed, voices swirling into a daunting crescendo. Fear is timeless. It lives within you. We are the essence of what you don't face. The truth behind every decision left unspoken. Lilith staggered back, a cold sweat breaking out along her skin as shadows coiled tighter around her ankles. Don't listen, she shouted, fighting against the sensation of suffocating despair and the bitterness that clawed relentlessly to upstream her resolve. We have the light. Together, we can push through. Yet the voices carried an insidious weight, pulling at her consciousness, an amalgamation of their fears leaking through memories, rising like noxious gas, forming shapes and figures that morphed as if drawn from nightmares. Jake felt his heart fray, the suffocating silence of a dim corridor from years past creeping into his thoughts, a soundless scream echoing from the depths as the shadows began to take form. Familiar silhouettes of their own insecurities and failures, reaching out with ghostly hands toward the flicker of hope. His mind wavered, panicking. He stepped back, the chill of recognition clinging to him like mist. "No!" Ben roared, his voice slicing through the haze, grounding them. "We are not what we fear. We rise against it. Together, we choose to fight." He stepped forward, lunging into the maelstrom, glaring defiantly at the shadowy figure that loomed ominously above them, a specter crafted from doubts and fears, twisting with elongated fingers reaching from the depths of regret and haunting memories. Rage coursed through him as twisted images danced like marionettes before his eyes. Regret over lost friendships, ghosts of a home long abandoned, faces distorted by disappointment and loss. "You will not claim us," he shouted again, fists clenched, grounding himself into the present with every shred of defiance he could muster. "You will not take our light." As if in response to his words, the shadows pulsated angrily, retreating momentarily only to surge forward with renewed fury, a tidal wave of darkness cresting over them. The air thickened subversively, swirling around them like a tightening noose, memories tangible and suffocating, spilling feelings of inadequacy and despair. They loomed closer, claws of anguish sweeping through the air, reaching with palpable touch. Sarah closed her eyes for a moment, drawing on the warmth of camaraderie that radiated amongst them, holding tight onto the power of their unity. It was a warmth unlike anything she had felt before, weaving through their intertwined hands, a living thread of defiance against the creeping shadow. "Fight back," she urged, channeling the energy that pulsed through the air. "We have to remind them of what this light can do." The shadows sneered, morphing into terrifying entities that echoed the darkest parts of their souls. Figures of their past flickered at the edge of their vision. Lost friends with hollow eyes, reminding them of betrayal and darkness long buried. Each shape drew close, the stench of despair wafting from them like a miasma, throbbing with urgency, wrapping them in suffocating fear. "You are nothing without your past," the darkness uttered, a cacophony of hisses entwining like serpents. "This is where you belong, with us in oblivion." Ben could feel the words reverberate within him, an echo of scars that threatened to unravel him at the seams. The edges of his vision blurred, luring him back to days tainted with bitterness, encounters that cultivated an ache within him. A feeling of impending doom enveloped him. But he heard Lilith's voice, a fierce grounding soul, battling against fear that surged through the cold grasp of shadows. "Remember," she cried out forcefully, drawing energy through every corner of the gathering darkness. "Our memories may spawn fear, but they are also the keys to our strength. We face them. We do not let them swallow us." With a great clang, the energies clashed, the brilliance within them radiating defiantly against the encroaching dark, the room pulsing in acknowledgement, resonating like a heartbeat. A beat of hope detonated across the fissured walls, flaring against both the shadows and the twisted visage that threatened to engulf them. "Remember our laughter," Jake shouted, his voice clear and unwavering. In that moment, the laughter they had shared burst forward, a cascade of warmth and light, shattering through the gloom. As shadows recoiled momentarily, receding in fear, the flickering memory offered solace like a refuge, a sanctuary they all could step into. They conjured those moments, allowing the vibrant recollections of joy, resilience, and unity to cascade over them, forming shields against the darkness that loomed. It wasn't naive. It ignited something fierce, fierce enough to rattle the creeping despair. But the figure of darkness twisted, its fingers grasping for the light, climbing through the void with a tenacity that chilled them to the bone. "You think your laughter can fight what lies beneath?" it jeered, the air thickening with horror. "What do you really know of despair? Your hearts yield fragility. Let's see how long you last in the face of true loss." With that, it unfurled its horrific form, the culmination of their darkest fears manifesting with each outstretched limb, each unveiling a memory they had locked away, a burst of fears that suffocated and clawed at their hearts. Horrific visions rose up around them, mirroring in ghoulish forms, vivid flashes of regrets, painful goodbyes, devastating failures they had experienced, a sonorous chorus of what ifs and never again. Suddenly, the shadows drew closer. Jake staggered, confronting the specter of a past betrayal. A twisted memory laid bare before him, and reality twisted around the resemblance of truth. He could see the face of an old friend turned sour, laughter morphing into rage as accusations formed like thunderclouds above him. "You abandoned us," it shrieked, distorted, eyes hollow with betrayal, and a chilling void echoed back. "No, he gasped as darkness laced through his thoughts, tightening around him like chains, a grip that threatened to drown him as he faced a familiar visage distorted by anguish. "I didn't mean to hurt you. You did." The shadow roared back, rising, shifting like smoke into the memories replaying in vivid detail. Every moment of isolation reliving like an endless loop, slicing through every fragile resolution he had carried forward. Each lash of memory cut deeper, harder, making him question his very essence. After all this time, those feelings were still buried within him, a weight he had never truly shed. Lilith reached for him, but as she did, chains began to coil around her too, dragging her closer to the darkness, another flurry of fear battering against her heart. "Sarah, hold on," she yelled out, but her voice was barely a whisper against the cacophony that spiraled around them. The shadows wriggled like manacled musings, seeking to snatch them away, capturing their light in webs of darkness. The figure's voice resonated throughout the encroaching dark. "You are trapped in the abyss. Your past will swallow you. Your unity is but a glimmer of light struggling against the inevitable." A painful memory flashed before Sarah's eyes. A moment of stark isolation, pained solitude beneath a harsh light she had thought would comfort her. The sensation of abandonment blossomed in her chest, the shadowy figure becoming an amalgamation of lost souls, their shadows casting long against the room, creeping forward. "No!" she shouted, tearing her gaze away, psychic weight rising within her as waves of memories crashed against her, threatening to overwhelm. "We have the strength to fight this. Remember why we stand together." The warmth surged through her as she intertwined her fingers, pulling forward. Ben's voice rose with determination, breaking through. "You speak of isolation, but we define our togetherness. Our light grows in the face of loss. We climb higher still, emboldened by the ones we've lost and the path that remains." The shadows screeched, dissipating into hissing sounds, fraying at the edges as the warmth radiated deeper, shimmering in defiance. They held tighter to one another, allowing the thread of light between them to flow through their hearts, pushing against the onslaught. "Cast it aside. Look at the light we've crafted," Jake shouted, his voice fierce, grounding them against the darkness. Just then, the shadows recoiled, caught off guard, swirling wildly as if struggling against a hurricane. The pulse of luminosity intensified, weaving around them like a protective barrier. Yet the figure twisted and contorted, growing larger, its features becoming grotesque. Jagged teeth and hollow eyes gazed hungrily, hunger written all over its distorted face. "You think this light will save you?" it howled, morphing into a nightmare of loss, grief amplifying into a mighty roar. The air thickened, dense with despair, swirling tendrils reaching forth, lashing out in ghostly horror, almost screaming as they wove through wounds left deep in their hearts. "You are shadows just like us, weakness interwoven into your very selves. You are nothing without the echo of pain that binds you. It will be your undoing." Suddenly, visions erupted around them, a kaleidoscope of memories twisted in the nightmarish haze. Figures they had loved fading from view, shadows of those they had hoped to protect. They lingered just beyond reach, each face that emerged carved beneath their skin, filling the air with sorrow. the horrifying truths crawling closer. You failed them. The voices cried, falling into raucous shrieks. Allows the shadows to claim you. You are ours. Ben shouted, searching desperately for clarity. Fight it. Remember what we've built. Defy it. Lilith cried in unison with Ben, her voice steady against the crashing tide of despair slamming through them all. We are united. We face it together. As the shadows surged, threatening to drag them into the void of forgetting, a barrier of light thrust outward from where they held firm, robust and thriving under the pressure. Twisting forms were pushed back, the energy of their laughter echoing, a harmonic dance, their spirits surging to create an indomitable shield, pulsating against the distorted visage swirling darkly before them. Yet the shadows whirled and lunged, wielding sharp claws to the expanding light, grappling for their essence. From the depths of the void came an eerie silence, one that streaked through the air. Suddenly, the fear morphed into palpable terror, pulling at their very essence like gravity itself. Remember the times when you believed you were alone? The shadow snarled, its twisted voice curling around them like a thick fog. All those moments of despair, they belong to you now. You are broken. See your uselessness when faced with true power. The nightmare unfurled, tendrils slashing through the light like the scythe of an executioner, scraping across the surface of their hearts, nostalgia twisting into daggers of despair, visions wrenched from depths of sorrow racing before them, faces of family long lost, eyes filled with anguish, fingers reaching out but never finding solace. You are lost, wandering souls bound to the dark, forsaken by your own light. It cackled and the shadows clawed closer, echoing their fears. Past failures rising like the tide of a repeating nightmare, lurking and gnawing unforgivingly. No! Sarah cried, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling around her as she tried to embrace the warmth they had built together. We've endured so much, faced every dark moment and still emerged. We are not alone. Their interconnected bonds surged like an electric current, filling the air with tangible energy, threads woven through painful memory transforming into ropes of resilience, lifting them from the abyss. Together, we endure, Jake shouted into the growing storm, each word cascading with strength, forcing back the shadows as they clawed at the edges of their resolve. The shadows recoiled in horror, flailing as tendrils of vibrancy pushed against the colossal darkness. You are pathetic, it howled, rage pouring from its grotesque form as the light intensified. Yet beneath that, within the chaotic strife, they felt it. A pulse woven from their shared strength, a decade of struggles, shared laughter, and the myriad memories of love uniting them like stars in the night. Every heartbeat, every moment, every step has forged us into something they cannot destroy. Ben sheltered them from the waves of darkness, his voice like steady drumbeats urging them onward. Resilience thrummed within each of them, woven from laughter, hope, and unconditional love. Glowing fiercely even as the shadows swept towards them, it forged a tapestry of strength, a woven brilliance that shattered despair, a force that ripped through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the fear around them with startling vibrance. But even as clarity surged, the darkness had not faltered. With an audible snarl, the figure lunged forward, lunging with its monstrous limbs swiping at them, claws extending into what should have been mere shadows, yet there was an undeniable weight to their advance. The tendrils shrieked and writhed, reaching with eerie intent, snatching at their souls with gloved fingers wrapped in the fabric of dread, each touch igniting a ghostly fire that threatened to sear the skin. You think your bonds can withstand the truth, it bellowed, the sound echoing like thunder, reverberating in their bones and driving them to the edges of despair. Lilith felt her heart race. Every beat echoed the call of the shadows that surrounded them, clawing at her subconscious. Visions surged through her, accounts of betrayal from those she thought she could trust, whispered secrets from the mouths of deceitful friends. They surfaced, igniting an electric wave of fear that coursed through her veins, a visceral reminder of being left in the dark. No! She shouted, fighting against the suffocating miasma of hopelessness that encircled her. I will not let you define me. As her voice rang out, she thrust her hands forward, sending a pulse of radiant energy spiraling outward, momentarily cleaving the shadows, illuminating the warped faces within. But the shadows were relentless. Each time their light fractured the darkness, twisting forms recoalesced, manifesting into more horrific renditions of nightmares long buried. Footsteps echoed around them, haunting whispers curling within the depths of the gloom, accusations surfacing, forever echoing remorse and torment. You think you have escaped us? The darkness howled. A cacophony of twisted voices, a chorus of agony that swirled and curled around them, drowning out their defiance. You have merely run from one shadow to another. Sarah gasped, the air thickening as she felt specters emerge, looming figures that coalesced from the depths of her own past. Memories of moments lost, of friendships dwindling like dying embers, closed doors and cold silence filling once vibrant halls, surrounded her now. Trapped echoes of laughter that turned to silence, replaced by haunting reminders of loss. Her heart constricted painfully, and panic gnawed angrily at her insides. The torment pressed in on her, waves of fear crashing against her spirit. Get through it. Remember who you are, she screamed. Her voice melded into the growing tide of panic. But the shadows gurgled back at her, their forms morphing into grotesque mimics of her loved ones, mouths stretched wide in silent screams of anguish. You abandoned them just as they abandoned you. They jeered, every syllable soaking through the fabric of reality, distorting everything they cherished like fraying thread on a well-worn tapestry, falling apart under the strain of Shadow's hold. Your love was never enough. You will always be alone, haunted by the choices that left you broken and bereft. Ben's resolve faltered, momentarily swallowed by the tumult of cruel emotions, visions of unsaid things. Silenced words clamped down like iron shutters against his soul, echoed in waves of guilt, swarming around him like vultures circling carrion. Shadows flickered into his mind, projecting a painful snapshot of a family fractured. Pained faces and unresolved tension loomed, redolent of rejection and despair, living reminders of the regret that pushed him out of joint with the world. They squeezed at his throat, thick and heavy, each pulse of darkness a reminder of every burden he bore. You're right, he shouted, desperation mingling with rage, pulling back against the crushing weight, transforming his dread into unwieldy defiance. But we are fighting. We've chosen to face it together. The figure of darkness contorted, twisting into a multitude of forms, eyes flaring with malice. Together? Do you not hear the echo of solitude? It hissed, its voice slithering through the air, silencing even their bravest thoughts. Your bonds are chains forged from weakness. You cannot fight what you are. The implication sank deep. Paralyzing fear manifested, coiling around their hearts like chains. Each word whispered a knife, and yet the figures scampered, confronting the light they bore together. Lilith, swamped in darkness, struggled to view the images swirling around her. The figures flickered like long-forgotten memories, teetering on the edge of despair, gently reminding her of laughter that had faded. Moments once commonplace, but now trapped within the prison of nostalgia. In an anguished swell, she caught sight of her childhood companion, a silhouette blurred by time, reaching out in desperation with eyes full of betrayal, blaming her for leaving when she should have stayed. No, she cried, stepping forward, desperation igniting within her. You are not real. You cannot take my memories. Yet even as she shouted, spectral hands reached for her, clawing at her heart in an attempt to pry her apart, realities that no longer belonged to her, but still tugged on her very essence. Fingers brushed against her face like cold, broken promises, each touch igniting a ghostly embrace that threatened to wrap around her tightly, constricting until breath became an impossible goal. You belong to us. You are encased in grief. A rising tide of anguish enveloped her heart as unspoken words spilled forth, truthful fragmentations of life, the fleeting joys lost to the relentless passage of time, each bonded moment evaporating under the relentless onslaught of memory. "You cannot take what is mine," she howled into the depths, recalling the resilience that coursed through her veins, refusing to let despair shackle her any longer. The shadows erupted, pulling her deeper into the malevolence. A swirling siren's call that rose and fell with each heartbeat, feeding off the energy of memories transformed into nightmares. Emotions crackled around them, each flicker an indication of pain that started bubbling to the surface. Quick flashes revealed the intimate scars of their lives. The arguments left unresolved, love turned sour, friendships curtailed by walls built from miscommunication. As the cacophony grew, Sarah gripped her friend's hands tighter, summoning strength and unity as the echoes roared. "We will not bow to this," she screamed, forcing her voice to rise above the chaos. Lifting them with her, laughter bubbled forth, erupting from the midst of despair, a reminder of the shared moments woven from light, illuminating the shadows. It reverberated, bouncing against jagged edges, forming a cacophony of defiance that challenged the choking darkness. But the specter sprawled across the abyss, advancing time without yielding, its form shifting, convulsing like a living nightmare. "You think you know laughter?" It spat through clenched teeth, a harrowing grin stretching far too wide, revealing teeth like shards of shattered glass. "Laughing all the way to your demise. Come then, let's see where laughter takes you." In that moment, another batch of memories unfolded before them, grotesque parodies of joy twisted and wretched, a blend of laughter twisted into cruelty. "Do you remember the darkest moments?" The shadows shrieked, each word like an electric shock, boiling with anger. Pain is all that echoing joy manifests. With every laugh comes a dichotomy of despair, and you are sealed in it, unable to escape. Yet, despite the onslaught, despite the twisting fear that threatened to consume them whole, resilience surged, a tide rising from below, catching them momentarily off guard. They felt the warmth of each other, the gentle clasp of fingers, a reminder that in their darkest hours they had lifted one another from the brink. "No, we stand united," Ben bellowed again, his shout punctuating the swirling void with courage. "Our shared memories will be our armor. Our love will define us." As if a spell had been cast, the darkness paused at the weight of their conviction, swirling darkly. They took a breath together, hearts beating as one in sync, pulsing strength like an unrelenting wave. Fear shrank away as one last reminder wove through them, shining brighter than any darkness could prevail. The shadows screamed, recoiling at the union of light they had clung to through the ravages of time. Their scorn only fueled the force that propelled them forward, that wondrous energy binding them, licking bright against the edges of annihilation. "But you were never alone," Jake shouted as memories surged unexpectedly, forming a blinding brilliance that illuminated every shadow cast upon the stone walls. "We rise together among the falling shadows." In that moment, the echoes of laughter enveloped them, the memories transitioned, unfurling with vibrant reality. A vivid tableau of those shared moments undistorted, sailing forth from the depths of their hearts, illuminating the shadows that had crept in. They found courage in familiar laughter, an indelible bond rising above the pain that flickered in and out of view. The darkness thrashed wildly, clawing at the air, consuming the light that dared brim against despair. The grotesque faces screamed and warped, blending again as they grew distorted, each becoming a bruised masquerade of grief, writhing in their anger. "You defy the inevitable," it roared, fraying around the edges, an embodiment of all they feared. "You cannot win." Yet the light within them surged even brighter, pulling forth in brilliant waves. Connected threads that vibrated against the shadows, illuminating the horrific faces as they grew effervescent. "We can, together," Sarah said with determination, the paradox of fear now woven into courage, pulsing anew in the collective light. The shadows recoiled in horror as pulsing, growing beams of laughter matched the ferocity of despair, radiating outward in waves that neither crept nor hesitated. Memories of love, bonded by unwavering belief, crested like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. Yet the twisting figures surged, fury intertwining like a deadly vine, closing in on them, smothering them further beneath the lies that churn forth. You think you are free? You are puppets dancing in your despair. It hissed as the air thickened, breath growing taut around their throats. Beneath the shadows, lost souls of the past loomed, faces floating morbidly among the darkness, choking them, each taunting them with the weight of their hearts. But the essence of memory took on a current of vigor, urging them forward, propelling courage into their chests, surging power into flaming tendrils that erupted like mystic fires, clashing defiantly against the encroaching dread. We are more than this, Jake roared fully now, words like rolling thunder pressing against their adversary, pushing back against the wave of despair, as if flipping the script on the shadows. The specter screeched and howled, slashing angrily at the illumination streaming through. It whirled and flickered, tails of darkness curling menacingly as they surged forward. The memories organically radiated into something palpable. As laughter blossomed, they fused into an incandescent glow, binding them into a retina-searing unity, vibrant against the onslaught of despair. Each moment spiraled into the next, a kaleidoscope of joy contrasted by sharp pain. Haunted faces pushed forth against the walls of darkness, demanding that they remember the laughter spun from hope. "Hold on!" Sarah shouted, clutching the hands that gripped hers, feeling warmth radiate through that intricate web of connection they crafted. "We won't let you go." As shadows lunged, the air grew thick around them, the weight of memories bearing down with a suffocating grip, and fingers grazed across the warmth of their hearts, igniting fear that warped their minds like a blighted reflection of their nightmares, threatening to beckon them into the encroaching void. "You belong with us, you can't win this battle," the figure hissed, recalcitrant and charged with energies thrumming beneath every syllable. Fake sympathy promising solace beneath cruelty. But they wouldn't yield. Collectively, they drew on those bonds built through storms, fires, and laughter shared in the darkest nights. They pressed forward as chaos swirled. Shadows disintegrated upon contact with their light, their courage growing stronger, cascading toward a crescendo that would define where this battle would lead. A tether woven from the core of who they were, lighting a path even stolen in the clutches of darkness. With each passing moment, they approached the abyss of reality, storming through flesh and tendency, wielding the ferocity of their bond beneath the spectral onslaught. The darkness howled, reeling in frustration. "You think you can fight the void?" It spat with fury, the air rippling with each sinister word. Yet vibrant flames lit within as they roared back. "We are stronger together. We're here to reclaim our light." The rising fury that enveloped them absorbed every flicker of light, bursting into existence, illuminating the creeping tendrils and, with that, pushing them back, each step fortified by the resolve growing within. Fear bowed to unity, losing ground against the tide of warmth that erupted in violent clarity through their words and action. Courage was anchored in the radiant core, blending strands of strength beneath the vibrant threads of unity that forged ahead, pressing against the shadows that ensnared them. But the grating scream of shadows reverberated through the thickening air. "This will not end well for you. Embrace the truth. This world is but an illusion, and the truth of pain is insurmountable. Truth comes in many forms." Ben cried into the fray, the swell of unyielding energy resonating within as he pressed forward, dragging the remnants of darkness toward the light. "Your truth cannot withstand ours, a truth defined by love." For as the memories honed through time cascaded in cascades of warmth, nights spent by firesides sharing dreams, they began to realize the shadows were losing, and as the tides of recollections ebbed and flowed, the looming specter trembled within the heart of its own rage. The anguished faces that twisted beneath its shadowy expanses belonged to an era long past, brittle echoes of unfulfilled dreams that sought to claw their way back into the minds of the living. Each visage weaved tales of despair and torment, but they could not erase the radiant spectrum of joy that burned brightly within the collective spirit of the four friends. With each step forward they took, The very ground beneath their feet rippled with unseen energy, pulsing with the heartbeat of every cherished moment, imbuing them with strength. Yet as they pressed onward, shadows writhed, stretching out like serpents with ravenous hunger, seeking to envelop their light. The coldness numbed their skin, a stark contrast to the warmth they cultivated within, igniting fear with each lingering cold stroke against their flesh. Glimpses of the specter's phantom form obscured their path, a swirling mass of darkness and despair. It lunged forward, its face shifting rapidly through endless forms, mutating into expressions racked with sorrow and snatched laughter, feeding on their fears, intensifying with each pang of hesitation. "Don't look away," Sarah urged, her voice bright and unwavering, cutting through the uncertainty. "We are stronger than this." Yet as she fought against the howling winds of memory, a particular shift caught her attention. Security faltered for a moment as she faced a dissonant hum of a familiar but haunting. Mind like waves against rocks, each one trying to pull her under and drown her in guilt. Each face in the shadows twisted in an attempt to draw her in, feeding on her emotions, promising release from the pain but at the cost of her soul. In that moment, she remembered what it meant to truly connect with those she loved, bonds that transcended the fears and darkness that threatened their existence. "No, I won't be pulled in. We are stronger together. We are not just our failures." The light surged between them like an ethereal tide, rising against the darkness. With their bodies locked together, they became conduits of joy, hope, and resilience that rushed against the tide of shadows. Each heartbeat resonated with their unified chants, a defiance against the churn of fear surrounding them. The nightmare of disillusionment fell back, flickering against their brilliance as the darkness shrieked like a wild beast caught in a cage, desperate to escape. "Your sacrifices mean nothing," it wailed, the sound slicing through the air like a knife. "You are bound to the agony of your past. I am the echo of your failures. Not if we remember every single victory. The ones where we stood tall through it all," Ben yelled, gripping Sarah and Jake's hands tighter. "We are here, together." As the chorus of their voices amplified, the light exploded around them, illuminating the darkness with every cherished memory. Laughter at the campfire, quiet talks under starlit skies, shared adventures that had tested their fortitude, and triumphant moments they fought for, everything brightening, intertwining against the shadows. With fury and desperation, the shadows were torn apart, revealing whoever clung to their swirling center as the hall trembled beneath their feet. The specter screeched, engulfed in the storm of light that surged around them. The shadows writhed and twisted, thrashing against the radiant force clawing back into its depths. "This cannot be. You are but mere constructs of joy. I will consume what binds you." But they pressed forward, fighting against the shadows' relentless grip, their laughter and love overwhelming the darkness until it shattered under their relentless assault. "We are love. We are hope. We are alive." The hall erupted with light, brighter than a supernova, the cacophony of sounds uniting in a triumphant chorus of resilience as the specter's form twisted violently. Trying to evade the purity it attempted to snuff out. Voices joined, resonating with newfound strength as laughter tore through the hall, layering over the dark, blood-curdling shrieks that filled their world. Glaring memories pushed back against twisted shadows, illuminating every corner, chipping away at the creeping darkness until it faltered, recoiling with fear. And then, right before their eyes, the twisted creature crumbled into nothingness, seemingly melting away into the very walls that had borne witness to its anguish. They erupted into cheers, their hearts soaring as fragments of warmth and light enveloped them. But deep in the recesses of their minds, echoes of what had transpired scuttled around like insects beneath a rotting log, whispering caution. The battle may have been won, but the war against despair was far from over. As the echoes of their voices faded, they felt cracks forming in their unity, remnants of darkness swirling at the edges of their minds, waiting patiently for weakness. The hall, now quiet, felt both foreign and familiar, leaving them stranded in a barren expanse of uncertainty. Are we really free? Laura hesitated, her voice breaking the silence as uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Ben nodded slowly, but doubt tangled with the hope in his expression. For now, perhaps, but we have the silence that enveloped them after the echoes faded felt thick, like an unwelcome fog creeping into their lungs. The once vibrant light seemed to ebb slightly, casting shadows that stretched unnaturally against the walls, twisting and curling in ways that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. An uneasy feeling knotted in Sarah's stomach as she scanned the dim cavern, the remnants of the darkness still lingering, an unsettling whisper that promised it hadn't truly been vanquished. Let's stick together, Jake suggested, but his voice wavered, betraying the fear that simmered beneath his bravado as they began to take cautious steps forward. Each footfall echoed hollowly in the expanse, reverberating against the stone as if mocking their attempts at reclaiming their reality. In the corners of their eyes, the shadows flitted and darted, teasingly whispering their insecurities, planting seeds of doubt in their hearts. Laura shivered, sensing a chill whipping through the air, freezing their breath and hardening her resolve. We fought it once. We can do it again, she said, although her eyes scanned the darkness, searching for any movement, any sign of an approaching threat. Yet the whispering shadows coiled around them like living tendrils, beckoning with promises of despair. Remember the things you wish you could forget? They crooned in dissonant harmony, voices both familiar and twisted, invoking emotions that had long been buried. The moments of weakness, the stumbles that led you here, we are the darkness of your memories, the shadows of your failures. You can't escape us. Sarah pressed her palms against her ears, trying to drown out the sinister lullaby that clawed at her sanity. No, we are more than that, she shouted defiantly, yet even as she spoke, doubt gnawed at her gut. Beneath her bravado, a creeping chill began to fester, pulling at her edges as dread began to seep in, like shadows creeping into light. But the specter of despair was cunning, a siren song that lured them deeper into the depths of the cave with every step. They turned a corner, revealing another expansive chamber, the ceiling soaring high above. The air was oppressive, thick with heaviness. Large stalagmites jutted from the ground like crooked teeth, casting jagged shadows that danced at the edges of their resolve. The ground itself seemed alive, shifting beneath their feet like a living organism. Each cautious step sent tremors through the floor, revealing a landscape that transformed, reshaping itself with each heartbeat, echoing their deepest fears and the uncontrollable nature of the void they had just faced. As they ventured further, whispers trickled through the air, each syllable dripping with malevolence, sharp as a blade. You think you're brave, a voice hissed, curling around them like smoke. But you'll never escape your own shadows. They'll consume you from the inside out, the way you always feared they would. Their hearts raced, pounding in their chests like war drums, as Sarah felt the very walls closing in, cementing around them like a predator tightening its grip on the prey. Panic surged, tightening her throat as she struggled to swallow against the fear that surged like bile. Keep moving, Jake insisted, taking long strides as they pressed onward, determined not to dwell on the tendrils of uncertainty that threatened to ensnare them. But as they moved deeper into the cave, the shadows grew bolder, slithering closer, creeping through the spaces between the light and forming shapes that seemed to dance just out of reach. Flickers of memories came to life among the shadows, glimpses of their past intertwined with uncertainty, morphing into uncontrollable fears. Sarah stumbled as the room shifted around her, walls distorting and bending, making it challenging to discern what was real. Are we stuck? Laura's voice trembled, fear knitting her brows together as she searched for a familiar face, reassurance in the shifting darkness. This can't be happening. No, Ben said sharply, his resolve faltering under the oppressive weight of their surroundings. We can't let it take us again. The shadows cackled, a cacophony of haunting laughter echoing simultaneously from every corner of the chamber. You're tethered to your own insecurities. Just embrace it. Find solace in the dark. You can't fight what's part of you. With a surge of frustration, Sarah shouted, "We are more than our doubts. What we have is unbreakable." But as she spoke, those very words rang hollow in her ears, warring against the torment that cascaded through her mind. Images flooded her vision, moments when she had felt weak, moments of rejection that struck at her very core, memories that played like a film on loop. Visions of past failures spun around her like angry bees, their wings relentless, buzzing irritatingly in her mind. She could see faces of friends she had lost in arguments, friendships that had unraveled in the pressure of misunderstandings, tiny cracks that widened until they crumbled to dust. In the thickening air, a grotesque form emerged from the shadows, an amorphous figure with countless faces, each one a twisted reflection of people she had once known. They leered at her, mouths opening and wide, exaggerated grins that chilled her to the bone while their hollow eyes bore into her, unyielding, unfeeling. It was a monstrous caricature of everything she dreaded, embodying the very essence of her anxiety and fears. "Remember the friends who left," it mocked, the multiple voices blending into one, echoing hauntingly in the chamber. "The times you stumbled, the times you've been alone, you're trapped in your own making. Just give up." Gritting her teeth, Sarah charged forward, fists clenched, refusing to back down. "You don't control me. None of this is real. You're just shadows." But its laughter grew louder, resonating like a chilling chorus through the chamber. "We will always be part of you. As long as you breathe, your fears will haunt you. Embrace the darkness. It's the only truth you'll ever know." In that moment, something cracked within Sarah, memories flooding back, a relentless tide crashing against her defenses. Memories of inadequacy, the whispers of self-doubt that had plagued her for years resurfaced with startling clarity, like shards of glass cutting into the very fabric of her reality. Images of rejection flitted through her mind, each one accompanied by the sting of abandonment, taunting her with the weight of what she feared most. The shadows began to close in, pulling her deeper into their depths, and before she could stop it, waves of anxiety crashed over her, pulling her under as she gasped for breath in the thickening darkness. "Sarah," Jake's voice sliced through the confusion, a desperate plea threaded with fear. But even as he reached out, the shadows tightened their grip around her, engulfing her in a swirling vortex of hopelessness. "Help me, please," Sarah cried out, but her voice echoed emptily, swallowed by the growing haze that seeped into her bones. The other figures, her friends, momentarily blurred by her own terror, struggled against the sinister forces wrapping around them. With effort, Ben snapped to action, reviving their earlier resolve. "We have to focus on each other, on our friendship. Hold on to the memories that made us strong." Sarah thought of all the moments that wove their lives together, the laughter and the tears, the bonds formed in the fires of adversity. She thought of each friend standing by her side, those shared glances of understanding that spoke volumes, without a single word. Others joined in, drawing on their memories as the weight of despair slammed against them like a wave crashing against the shore. The shadows hissed, drawing back momentarily in surprise as a cascade of light erupted around them, jagged sparks momentarily sparking hope. "No!" the monstrous figure roared, each face contorting in rage as they clawed back from the light. "You think memories bind you? They will only drown you." Fueled by determination, Laura's voice pierced through the chaos. "We are not just memories. We are love. We are resilience. We stand together against the ghosts of our past." The words rang out like a battle cry, summoning the light that surged within them. The air crackled around them, fusing their energy, illuminating the darkness that swarmed like an insatiable beast, clawing desperately to extinguish their dwindling hope. With a fierce roar, Sarah surged forward, pulling on the collective strength of her friends. The light expanded, morphing into a tangible force that pushed back against the shadows, ripping through their twisted forms as they shrieked in rage. The echoes of their tormenting laughter shattering against the warmth radiating from their unity. Yet, the shadows coiled tighter, twisting like serpents, reforming in ghostly shapes that glared back with eyes filled with malice. "You can't win," they howled, the guttural sounds merging into a singular, terrifying entity. "You will always belong to us." A shroud of despair enshrouded them, coiling around Sarah's heart once more, flooding her thoughts with every doubt she had ever known. Each pulse of darkness sent chills down her spine as she felt the shadows licking at her feet, trying to pull her down into the abyss. But above all that darkness, a brilliant light, drawn from the depths of her heart, ignited her resolve. "We are more," she screamed, a cry for their unity that reverberated against the cold stone walls of the cavern. "We are our laughter. We are our shared love. We are unbreakable." And with that, she stepped forward, merging that light with the shimmering embers of hope from her friends, channeling their connection into a blinding force that surged forth. Legends of her past flickered in her mind, bright against the worst of her despair, filling her spirit with warmth. The monstrous figure screeched a terrible wail, the cacophony of voices descending into chaos as light consumed the chamber around them. Suddenly, there came a shattering quake that sent violent tremors through the air. Cracks appeared in the cavern walls, spilling forth a light so pure it forced the darkness to recoil, seemingly torn apart at the seams. "Push it back! Keep going!" Ben shouted, each word a rallying call that reverberated through their souls. Moving as one, they planted their feet firm on the ground, a wall of unity that surged into the overwhelming darkness. The shadows writhed and twisted, crying out in agony as light surged forth like a tidal wave, erasing the very fabric of despair that had haunted them. It felt like a shared heartbeat, their strengths intermingling to form a protective barrier against the encroaching shadows. "I won't let this happen," Laura cried, her voice striking like a hammer on a bell, resonating through the air as the shadows shrieked in unison, buckling under the relentless tide of light and laughter. "Erase it. Remember your joy," Jake called, the power of their combined connection igniting a fire that surged from the core of their beings, banishing the fog that threatened to engulf them. With each pulse of power, the memories of happiness merged with resolve, laughter entwined with determination, each righteous thought forging a glimmering path through the darkness. Walls shuddered and cracked, shadows yelping as they twisted back, retreating from the brilliant surge that engulfed the cavern. "Together we rise," Sarah shouted, her voice ringing clear and true as the light shattered the oppressive grip of night. Shadows shrieked, twisting away, their forms disintegrating into a haze, pulled apart by the force of their resolve, dissolving into motes of their own despair, leaving only whispers hanging in the air. And then it happened. The shadows cracked wide open, exposing a path of pure radiance that split the cavern in half, launching them into a blinding light. It spiraled upward, illuminating the world around them as the darkness hissed and recoiled, losing the battle they thought they had already won. A roar echoed through the baying void, blending with shattering cries as light filled every inch of the hall, distributing warmth as hope washed away the remnants of despair. For the shadows, crushed beneath the relentless brilliance, dimmed to mere murmurs before disappearing entirely, leaving the caverns eerily silent once more. Yet as they emerged into the light, the remnants of unease clung to them like a specter that refused to dissipate completely. For even in the aftermath of their victory, a deep-seated fear clung to the edges of their minds, swirling around like ominous clouds, hinting at the unfinished battle that lay ahead. One that required vigilance against the encroaching darkness that lurked just beyond reach. "Are we really okay?" Ben asked, his voice soft, haunted by the weight of uncertainty as they began to catch their breath. Hope radiated in the air, twisting against the remnants of fear that still loomed, casting long shadows on their minds. "Not yet," Laura replied, glancing back toward the cabin they had escaped. "The darkness will wait. It always waits." But Sarah felt it too. The weight of uncertainty loomed like an unsheathed sword dangling above her head, stirring shadows that tugged at her heart, whispering of fears still yet to be faced. "We have to keep moving," she proclaimed, determination tightening the grip of her resolve. With one last fierce glance at the cavern, they began their journey anew, pulling one another closer as they trekked forward toward the horizon, a flicker of light slowly guiding them into the unknown yet ahead, a path woven with hope and resilience, vowing silently to one another that they would face whatever darkness lay ahead. Together, hope clung tightly ready. Sarah trudged forward, the darkness of the cavern slowly receding behind them, yet the weight of the unseen still pressed against her. Shadows flickered at the edges of her vision, and she felt a chill wrap around her spine as they continued down the narrow path. The once vibrant light that had propelled them forward now dimmed, allowing tendrils of doubt to creep back in. She glanced at Jake and Laura, noting the furrowed brows and tense jaws they all shared, a silent acknowledgement of the fear that still lurked within their hearts. As they walked, the ground beneath them transformed. The stone path turned into slick, damp earth that squished beneath their feet, pulling at their shoes, as if the very ground was alive, eager to swallow them whole. Wisps of fog clung to the edge of the forest, curling around the gnarled roots of ancient trees. Their branches seemed to reach down, clawing at the sky, dark silhouettes against the dying light. There was a peculiar stillness, an air of anticipation that made her acutely aware of the beat of her heart, resonating loudly in her ears. "What do you think lies ahead?" Ben's voice was barely above a whisper. An uneasy tension wove itself through the group, drawing their eyes to the swirling mist that beckoned like a siren. "I don't know, but we need to stay alert," Laura replied, glancing nervously behind them, where shadows still lingered as if contemplating the possibility of pursuing them. Unease thrummed through Sarah's veins, intensifying as they ventured deeper into the woods. Every rustle of leaves sent her heart racing. Every snap of a twig beneath their feet reverberated like thunder through the silence. It felt as though the woods were watching, waiting. Her instincts screamed at her to turn back, but the pull of their journey, the need to conquer what haunted them, kept pushing her forward. A mist began to coalesce around them, thickening until it obscured their vision. A strange chill crept into the air, sending an icy shiver down their spines. The trees seemed to close in, their twisted forms contorting into ghastly figures that loomed over them. With each step, the mist curled around their feet like ghostly hands, gripping tighter as if trying to pull them down into the earth. Panic fluttered in Sarah's chest, and she reached for Jake's arm, seeking the comfort of his presence. "What is this place?" she managed to murmur, her voice trembling. "It feels wrong," Jake replied, his brows knitted in concentration. "Like it's alive, but not like it's a predator." The ground began to slope downward, and they found themselves navigating a narrow path edged by sharp rocks and slick mud. The mist continued to thicken, swirling around them in oppressive waves, obscuring everything beyond what felt like mere inches. As they advanced, shadows danced in the corners of Sarah's vision, flickering in and out of sight. She swore she caught glimpses of movements, an arm reaching out, a face turning away, or a silhouette disappearing behind a tree, each one quickening her pulse. "Did you see that?" Laura gasped, pulling up short and pointing into the gloom where Sarah had sensed the movement. "What?" Ben asked, squinting into the fog. "I didn't see anything. There, just over there, maybe a few feet away." "Just calm down," Jake said softly, taking a step forward as if trying to peer past the swirling mist. "It's just the shadows playing tricks on us." But even as he spoke, a low, guttural sound reverberated through the air, a throaty growl that rose and fell like the wail of something far beyond their comprehension. It curled around them, tightening its grip, sending prickles of fear crawling over Sarah's skin. The sound was deep, resonating from deep within the woods, like an ancient beast roused from slumber. "Did you hear that? We should go back," Ben urged, his voice trembling. "We can't go back now," Laura protested, the resolve in her voice wavering. "We need to keep moving, keep looking for a way out." But even as they spoke, the growl echoed back, louder now, reverberating through the very ground beneath them. It sounded closer, angrier, as though whatever loomed in the shadows had taken note of their presence and was unfurling itself in response. "Don't look behind you," Sarah whispered urgently, an inexplicable instinct flooding through her. "Just keep going." And so they pushed forward, walking hastily as the oppressive fog squirmed around them. The air grew heavier, more suffocating with each passing moment, tightening like a noose. The whispers of discontent slithered around their ears, and Sarah could feel panic clawing at her throat, tugging her heart restless in her chest. In that dread-laden moment, when Sarah could have sworn she heard footsteps echoing behind them, she turned her head just slightly, barely catching a glimpse of a dark figure darting among the trees. Her breath caught in her throat, and she turned to her friends. "Did you see that?" Ben was staring wide-eyed, his mouth opening as he pulled back from the fog. "We have to run. Something's out there. Don't panic. We have to stay calm," Jake shouted. But his voice trembled as he stared into the creeping shadows. It was as if the very fabric of reality shifted at that moment, the unseen world pressing in around them like a vice. Fear wrapped around their limbs, and they began to move, legs pounding against the ground that felt like it was trying to give way beneath them. The rustle of leaves blended into the eerie echoes of growls, growing louder, more insistent, more terrifying. They dashed forward, hearts racing, instincts screaming at them to escape the choking grip of the fog. The branches of trees reached out like gnarled fingers, clawing at their clothes, as if the forest itself sought to drag them back into the shadows. Each sound, the crunch of twigs beneath their hurried feet, the fluttering of wings from unseen creatures, amplified their terror. Overhead, the sunlight had dimmed, the canopy thickening, snuffing out the last vestiges of light, enveloping them in a haunting twilight. Sarah could feel the shadows collecting around them, forming wraith-like shapes that whispered secrets she could not understand. The mist thickened to a suffocating haze, swallowing the path ahead, disorienting them as they stumbled deeper into the unknown. Suddenly, wheezing breaths erupted behind them, ragged and low, echoing through the fog. An unmistakable sense of predation filled the air, and terror ignited adrenaline within Sarah's body. They had awoken something, a creature stirred by their intrusion into its territory. "We have to find a way out," Laura cried, her voice rising above the cacophony of growls that surrounded them. "Look there, a clearing," Jake shouted, pointing ahead. Sarah squinted through the fog and caught sight of a pale glow that shimmered like a beacon in the dense darkness. With newfound determination, they pushed toward it, dodging branches and leaping over roots that threatened to trip them. As they burst into the clearing, the light shifted abruptly, brightening until it dazzled her eyes. Behind them, the growls morphed into a chorus of fury, a thundering of feet pounding against the ground as the creature drew ever closer. Panic surged like a tidal wave, urging them to sprint faster, but it was as if the air itself conspired against them, thickening with dread. The clearing suddenly erupted into chaos as the light flickered, revealing the creature, a massive beast with glistening black fur and eyes that glowed with a feral hunger. It stood there, majestic and terrifying, a nightmare born from the deepest recesses of their minds. Its form was both wolf and shadow, a horrific manifestation of every fear they had yet to face. Muscles rippled beneath its thick pelt, poised to launch itself into a deadly pursuit at any moment. "Run!" Jake bellowed as he yanked at Sarah's arm, propelling them toward the opposite edge of the clearing. The beast snarled, an echoing growl that rushed through the air like a sharp wind. Before it lunged at them, massive paws pounding against the ground with terrifying speed. Fear coursed through Sarah's blood, and she ran faster, driven by that primal instinct for survival, daring not to look back. Branches whipped at her as they sprinted through the seams of the trees, but the fear of the beast at her heels pushed her onward. She could hear the growling roar growing louder, feel the heat of its breath as it closed the distance. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. What if they weren't meant to survive this run through the darkness? What if they were heading straight into the jaws of fate? Over here, Ben yelled, veering toward a massive tree with broad, twisted roots. A gnarled old soldier standing defiantly against the chaos around them. The others followed his lead, scrambling over the roots, launching themselves up and onto the uneven ground. "We need to hide," Laura panted, her hair damp with sweat, strands clinging to her forehead. As they crouched beneath the twisted trunk, Sarah pressed herself against the tough bark while their breaths echoed in the silence. They all listened intently, hearts pounding in their chests, the magnified weight of silence wrapping around them. Then came the sounds, the crashing of branches, the growls resonating through the air, deep and unyielding as the creature hunted nearby. They held their breath, waiting for the moment when the beast would draw too near. Sarah could scarcely remember a time when dread had filled her to the brim like this. The very essence of fear clawed at the edges of her sanity. The growling slowed, lingering just outside the clearing as it shifted, carefully hunting. Beneath the roots, the smell of damp earth mixed with adrenaline. Sarah's mind raced, her thoughts spiraling in every direction, panic threatening to overwhelm her senses. "I can't stay here," she whispered, shaking. "It's too close." "Wait," Jake hissed, straining to hear. "We can't move yet. Just hold on." But in that moment of wavering resolve, Sarah caught a glimpse of movement through the mist. Tendrils of fog curled, twisting like fingers beneath the remaining light filtering through the trees, revealing a flicker of brown fur darting way too close to their hidden place. "Please don't let it see us," Laura whispered, her voice trembling. The growls grew fainter, shifting into a low rumble, and Sarah's resolve began to harden. She could sense the creature prowling, just outside their hiding spot, waiting, sniffing the air for any hint of its prey. "We have to move now," she hissed, her instincts screaming against the fear. Without warning, a ferocious roar erupted just outside their hiding place. The wind howled as the beast leaped into the clearing, malice evident in its glowing eyes. Sarah's heart raced as it circled, searching, its massive form casting ominous shadows upon the forest floor. "Get ready," Ben whispered fiercely, his voice taut with tension. As the beast drew closer, the shadow enveloped their shelter, and Sarah had just a moment to lock eyes with Jake, the uncertainty swirling between them. Summoning every ounce of courage, Sarah signaled to her friends, "On 3, we make a break for it. 1, 2, 3. They surged forth as one, springing out from beneath the roots, hearts pounding in unison against the encroaching terror. The beast whipped around, letting out an earth-shattering growl as it lunged forward, massive jaws snapping just inches away from them. "Run!" Laura screamed, and they darted deeper into the woods, propelled by sheer instinct and adrenaline, their feet pounding against the forest floor as they raced into the unknown, shadows closing in once again. They fled without looking back, every twist and turn in the dense trees blending into a blur. The growls and snarls echoed ominously behind them, a reminder the beast had hunted them, urging them forward into the chaotic tapestry of the forest. Branches snagged at them, grasping and clawing like the fingers of unseen creatures, but they pushed through, ignoring the pain as they stumbled onward. The trees seemed to close in around them, distorting their sense of direction as they pressed forward, terror wrapping around them like a living cloak, feeding on their fear. "It's still behind us," Ben gasped, the weight of despair intertwining with the suffocating dread that enveloped them. They needed a plan, an escape route that didn't exist in the nightmarish landscape they traversed. Could they find refuge? Their minds raced even as they neared the edge of an unnaturally dark thicket, where the trees opened up into a small clearing choked with underbrush and vines. "Over here," Jake shouted, pulling them into the tangled mess, desperately hoping it might provide them with a moment's respite to catch their breath. As they crouched beneath the thick foliage, the air heavier and the sounds of the forest blending into a ghostly symphony, they listened intently for the sounds of the predator pursuing them. The growls grew closer, drawing nearer as the creature circled, frustrated but relentless. Panic surged through Sarah as she pressed against the ground, eyes squeezed shut, every heartbeat a drum echoing her desperation. But even in her fear, a spark ignited within her spirit. A raging fire fueled by the memories of laughter shared with her friends, the bonds formed through their struggles. "We can't give up," she whispered fiercely, eyes flaring open as she looked at her friends. "We need to fight back. What can we do?" Laura breathed. "Hands. We're just kids in the middle of nowhere, and there's a monster out there. Because if we don't do something, we'll end up becoming just another story the forest consumes," Sarah retorted, urgency pulsing through her veins. "We need to outsmart it. We can't be its prey." "But how?" Ben's voice shook, and he hesitated as the growls outside rumbled like thunder. "It's massive. We can't fight that." Jake, finding his voice amidst the trembling fear, said, "We might not have to fight it head-on. We could bait it somehow. If we can create a distraction, we might be able to slip away while it's focused on something else." "Like what?" Laura asked, her face pale, but her eyes fierce. "Something it can't resist. We could use anything, like our scents, maybe. We could lure it away." Jake's mind raced. If we could create a diversion with something near us, it might give us a chance. "We have to work quickly," Sarah urged, scanning the shadows that loomed around them. The growls morphed into a low, guttural growl, the vibrations curling into their chests like icy fingers. "Find anything we can use, anything." In a frenzy, they rummaged through the underbrush, throwing aside leaves and snapping twigs as they searched for anything to employ as bait. In the midst of the chaos, Sarah felt compelled to glance toward the thicket's edge, where the darkness seemed almost alive, swallowing the narrow band of afterglow left by the fading sun. "Here!" Laura exclaimed, holding up a battered backpack that had been largely buried beneath a pile of dry leaves. It was covered in mud, appearing out of place among the raw and reflective earth and brimming with forgotten items from some previous explorers. "What's in there?" Ben asked breathlessly, already reaching for the bag. They fumbled with the zipper, as though it were a treasure chest waiting to explode. After a few moments of tension, the bag yielded its secrets. Inside, they found an assortment of abandoned supplies. Old granola bars, a half-empty bottle of water, a flashlight flickering with what appeared to be a mere fraction of battery life left, and some strips of cloth, possibly for creating makeshift bandages. "Smells like human," Sarah murmured, rubbing a fabric strip beneath her nose as it carried the faint scent of sweat and fear. "This could work. If we can drag this away, maybe we'll follow the scent." Jake nodded, his fear quickly morphing into determination. "If we can get it away from our hiding spot, we might have just enough time to slip away into the forest. We can create a trail. Do we really want to lead it somewhere else?" Ben asked, unease flooding into his voice again. "What if it gets angry and comes back? Or what if it follows us?" "It's a risk we have to take," Sarah insisted, refusing to give in to despair. "Otherwise, we're sitting ducks." With the plan forming in their minds, they rapidly divided the food and cloth. Sarah took one of the granola bars, ripping it open and tossing bits into the underbrush to leave a trail toward the darker recesses of the forest. The aroma wafted through the air, even mingling with the mustiness of the damp earth. "I'll toss some of this cloth as well," Ben said, tearing a piece free and flinging it, creating a little marker along their path. "We need to make it enticing." "Oh God, there it is," Laura whispered sharply, her eyes wide as she caught sight of the beast prowling just beyond their hiding place. Its dark silhouette was nearly engulfed by shadow, glistening fangs gleaming even in the low light that filtered through the trees. The growling was deeper now, like the rumble of a distant storm. "Now!" Jake screamed, and they dashed toward the clearing, hearts pounding and adrenaline coursing through their veins. They scattered bits of granola as they ran, leaving a breadcrumb trail to follow, while Sarah tossed another piece of cloth into the darker expanse ahead. The growls intensified, reverberating through the air as the creature lunged toward them, sniffing at the air, alerting to every nuance of sound. "Faster!" Laura shouted, feeling the dark, menacing presence of the beast close and around them. Racing through the shadows, Sarah glanced back just in time to see the creature shift directions, drawn by the enticing scent of the granola. The sight sent a wave of hope and dread crashing through her all at once. "It's working," she gasped out, increasing her pace as they pursued deeper into the woods. As they plunged into the thicket, the air thickened and the trees formed an eerie natural tunnel around them, blocking out the last vestiges of light. Shadows pressed in closer as though alive, distorting their perceptions and pulling them into an abyss of uncertainty. The growls faded slightly, an agonizing reminder of the dangers they had narrowly evaded. "That thing is huge. I can't believe how fast it is," Jake panted, urgency driving them onward, filling the void where tension had settled. "Stay quiet. We can't let it hear us," Sarah hissed through gritted teeth, her heart thudding like a war drum in her chest. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, the darkness encroaching like an unseen trap waiting to snap shut. They moved swiftly among the trees, careful not to trip over roots or brush against leaves that could rustle loudly in the still air. The faint sounds of the forest began to fade, overtaken by a disquieting stillness that felt almost unnatural. "Do you think it's going to follow us?" Ben asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Just keep going," Sarah urged, feeling the tension building like a lightning bolt ready to strike. Just as they pressed deeper into this wild maze, a terrible howl pierced the air, a low, mournful sound that resonated like an echo of their deepest fears. The hairs on the back of Sarah's neck stood up, her pulse thrumming against her temples. "We've got to find somewhere to hide," she insisted. Ahead, there was an ancient tree with a hollow trunk that appeared to be large enough for them to fit inside. "There," Sarah pointed, beckoning them to hurry. They dashed for the tree, glancing over their shoulders just in time to see the creature pivot its massive head, nostrils flaring as it caught their scent. It hesitated, its eyes gleaming with predatory focus, before snapping into motion, bounding toward them. "Quick," Laura urged, scrambling inside the hollow. Sarah dove in right after her, with Jake and Ben momentarily blocking the entrance, holding it shut against the looming darkness spilling into their sanctuary. The hollow was damp and musty, the earthy scent filling their lungs. Heartbeats thundered in the silence as they listened intently, fear coiling tightly within them like an elaborate trap. The growls grew ever closer again, echoing through the hollow darkness. The creature circled the tree, its deep breaths a testament to its patience, a hunter waiting for its prey. The chilling howl reverberated as a nail on the chalkboard, making them flinch even deeper into the hollow, each cry a reminder that their sanctuary was only temporary. As the light from outside dimmed even more, shadows curled and flickered around them, weaving tendrils of fear that threatened to engulf them. "What if it finds us?" Ben whispered, his voice trembling. "Sure," Sarah hissed, her own heart racing. "We have to listen." They remained pressed tightly together in the small space, the dampness seeping into their clothes, the intimacy of the moment amplifying their shared fear. The sounds from outside sharpened. The low growls blended into a drumming of paws colliding against the earth, urging them forward, surrounding them like a calculating shadow. Within the hollow, the space felt constricting, almost claustrophobic, as though the old tree's bark was cutting into them with every breath they took. An oppressive heaviness settled into the air, and Sarah could swear she felt something brush against her arm. Perhaps just a trick of the mind, but unsettling nonetheless. "Please, can't it just leave?" Laura whispered, glancing back toward the hollow entrance. "What if it waits? We'll freeze or run out of air before it decides to go," Jake replied, voice low and filled with fear. Then came a sudden crash, branches snapping and leaves rustling violently. The creature had seemingly lost patience, barreling through the thicket as it fought against the vegetation, seemingly revealing how close it was to discovering them. Fingers trembling, Sarah gripped the hollow sides. A low growl escaped its throat, deep and resonant, vibrating through the very wood of the tree they hid in. The sensation chilled her to the core, making the swirling dread claw and gnaw. "Do you think it knows we're here?" Ben breathed, his face pale and unyielding. "Maybe it's just confused," Jake suggested, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his uncertainty. The hollow felt alive, their hearts thundering in sync as they huddled closer together, bracing against whatever chaotic terror awaited them just beyond the confines. Then it happened, a sudden rush of air, something large moving just outside their hiding place. The growl morphed into a fierce snarl, shaking the very earth beneath them. The creature was close, far too close, catching the scent they left behind, realizing they remained in the depths of its domain. "Get down," Sarah commanded instinctively, the looming dread cascading over her like a wave. They pressed against the rough bark deep inside, fear mingling with the reality that they had provoked an ancient force. The sounds from outside escalated rapidly, something large crashing through the foliage as the creature clawed its way towards them. The hollow tree shook as something landed heavily against the trunk, a terrifying sound echoing through the night that sunk into Sarah's very bones. Is it trying to get in?" Laura quivered, her eyes wide with horror, the light beginning to fade into a muted gray-black. "S-H-H-H-H," Jake urged, barely a whisper as panic threaded his voice. In the darkness, shadows danced around them, a kaleidoscope of twisted forms shaped and transformed by the flickering light filtering through from outside. As the growls grew louder, it sounded almost like a rant, an angry declaration from a creature long forsaken by time, rabid with hunger and primal rage. The creature threw itself against the tree again, a resounding crash that pulsed through the wood and resonated in their bones. The hollow filled with a fresh wave of adrenaline as they held their breaths, hearts echoing like molten fire. "I can't take this," Ben hissed, his voice laced with panic. "What if it breaks through? What do we do?" "Don't panic," Sarah urged, her voice steadier than she felt. "We stay quiet and hold on. It can't stay forever." She gripped Laura's hand tightly, eyes fierce as she tried to ignite that collective hope. That hope was quickly extinguished. The growls shifted, morphing into something more menacing, a ritualistic calling that echoed deep into the forest. It was another call, a sign of hunting intent that sent a chill creeping down Sarah's spine. The creature paused, and for a brief moment, a different sound permeated the air. It was like the whisper of voices layered beneath the growls, a haunting sing-song that danced through the darkness and crept into their minds. The atmosphere thickened, bringing with it an ancient magic that seeped from the shadows themselves, wrapping around the hollow tree, directly in front of their hiding place. The ground trembled beneath them as yet more unseen forces began to stir. The predator outside was not alone. Others joined in the percussive growl of the forest, filling the air with an urgent energy that electrified the atmosphere, cascading in waves. "No! Please no!" Jake uttered, eyes wide with fear as he turned. "Does it call for others? There must be more." Then came an echoing howl, reverberating through the thicket, sending a collective shiver among them. The hair on the back of Sarah's neck prickled and stood at attention, dawning instincts driving her senses like a sharpened blade. "We have to go," Sarah shouted, as the panic began to swell again, pushing on her insides like a thunderstorm brewing. "Where?" Ben's voice barely rose above her own heart's pounding. "It's everywhere out there." The hollow itself seemed to constrict, narrowing around their trembling forms as shadows surged, drawn in like a dark tide, anticipation crackling through the air. "Back away," Sarah recommended. This wasn't just fear. It was instinct surging within her, a deep-seated knowledge that only remnants of their trust in survival remained. "Let's just make a break for it." Jake shot back, eyes darting to the narrow light filtering in. The creature outside growled again, and they could hear the unmistakable sound of something else moving among the branches, a rhythm stalking just beyond their reach. It was a warning, an acknowledgement of their presence perfect amidst the changing world, an invitation to flee or fight. But another howl answered from the distance, echoed by rustling in the trees, a dark wave of shadows advancing, spilling toward them, drawn inexplicably close by instinct and hunger. "Please let us go. We can't stay here," Laura shouted, terror gripping her features. Suddenly, the weight of their reality settled heavily upon Sarah as adrenaline coursed with renewed urgency through her veins. It pushed and pulled, urging them all to wrap themselves tighter into the shadows, to slip through. The air around them felt charged with an electric energy, a tension thick enough to slice through with a blade. They remained utterly still, hearts racing against a backdrop of nature's symphony turned sinister. The creature outside, now joined by unseen others, howled and snarled, creating a chorus that resonated through the trees, echoing off the branches like a warning siren on a dark night. "We need to move," Sarah insisted, breaking the silence, her voice a fierce whisper. Her eyes darted to the small opening that led back into the engulfing night. The hollow felt like an echo chamber, magnifying their fear with every sound that reverberated around them. She could feel the weight of the shadows pressing against her, heavy with anticipation of something waiting just beyond their sight. "Where can we even go?" Ben's voice trembled with desperation. "It's out there, and it knows we're here. Maybe if we wait a little longer," Jake began, but Sarah could see the doubt etching deeper lines on his face. He was grasping at straws, terrified as much of leaving the security of the hollow as he was of what lurked outside. In the dark, the smell of damp earth mixed with something rancid, like decay, creeping deeper into their senses, stirring the primal part of their brains that screamed for survival. The shadows outside danced occasionally in the waning light, forming shapes that twisted and elongated, blurring the lines of what was real and what had been conjured by their racing minds. Just beyond their sanctuary, something massive moved, its hulking form stalking the thicket like a shadow made flesh. With a sudden, chilling snap of a branch, every eye focused on the narrow sliver of light that served as their only connection to the outside realm. It felt like a portal to another universe, one where horror lay just outside their reach, ready to pounce at any possible opening. Sarah felt a rush of courage flood through her, but it knocked against the fear like waves battering against a stone. "We have to fend for ourselves. It's just waiting," she hissed, adrenaline making her voice tremble. Before anyone could respond, the growls intensified, rumbling through the very ground they stood upon. Sarah realized it was more than just one creature now. The earth itself seemed to heave under the cacophony of primal sounds, emanating from the monstrous forms gathered in the darkness, waiting hungrily outside, heart pounding like a war drum. She pressed herself closer to the trunk, wishing she could mold herself into the ancient bark, disappearing into its grains. Ben sucked in a sharp breath beside her, clearly trying to keep his mind from spiraling into despair. The oppressive presence of the beast became a tangible thing, claws scraping against the earth as they circled, plotting their next move. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated, as if something much larger had crashed into the hollow tree, and the ground quaked beneath them. Leaves fluttered down, bathed in the fading light, as though the forest itself gasped in fear. The sound was so close that Sarah could feel the vibrations through her bones, an urgent reminder that this sanctuary wasn't as secure as they had believed. "Jake, we have to take action," Sarah urged, her voice gaining an edge of steel. "If we wait any longer, we'll be trapped here. I don't want to leave here," Jake stammered, fear blanketing his words. She glanced at him, desperation clouding her thoughts. "We have to risk it. It's only a matter of time before it finds us," she insisted. The growling morphed into a low rumble, thick in the air around them, drumming against the hollow tree as if to punctuate her urgency. Just then, a grotesque face appeared just beyond the hollow's entrance, eyes glowing like embers against the encroaching dark. The breath caught in Sarah's throat as she stared into the creature's gaze, primal terror flooding her senses. Its elongated snout was covered in matted fur, slick and glistening, while jagged teeth gleamed in the twilight, like sharpened blades. Saliva dripped to the ground, sizzling like acid, and she could swear its breath smelled of rot. "Move!" Sarah shouted, yanking Ben's arm as she sprang forward, adrenaline pumping through her veins, urging her limbs into action. She couldn't allow herself to be paralyzed by fear any longer. They all scrambled toward the meager light, desperation fueling their every move. As they slipped toward the opening, the creature launched itself at the tree, claws ripping into the bark, leaving behind strips of wood and splinters that flew like shrapnel. The hollow shuddered violently, and instinctively, Sarah ducked low, the instincts of prey clawing at her mind, urging her to evade. "What the hell is that thing?" Laura screamed, trailing just behind as they pushed through the narrow space that separated sanctuary from nightmare. A growl that shook the very earth resonated close behind, the sound reverberating through the marrow of her bones. In an instant, they were outside, blinking against the moonlight, trying to readjust to their surroundings now shaped grotesquely by fear. With barely any time to gather their bearings, the air stirred around them, thick with tension as they fell into a panic formation. The moon hung high above, casting an ethereal glow over the surrounding woods that were now distorted, cloaked in shadows. The sounds of the forest had quieted, replaced only by the rapid beating of their hearts. "Over there, the path," Jake yelled, pointing into the darkness, where a faint path carved its way through the thick brush, a meager escape route. Sarah nodded, urging them onward, but that creeping sensation wormed its way back into her mind, the sense of something watching them settling like a chilled fog deep in her gut. They darted down the path, adrenaline-fueled instincts pushing their legs to move faster than their rational minds could comprehend. But as they rushed deeper into the woods, the growls followed, now amplified and warped by the trees. There were more, a cacophony of hunger and rage converging like a storm gathering on the horizon. Shadows danced between the trunks, continuously shifting in the corner of her vision, tugging the edge of her sanity. "Keep moving," Sarah shouted, urging her friends on as panic licked at their heels, the darkness behind them spilling forth like a living thing, churning and writhing. Dodging low branches that clawed at their clothes, they dashed down the narrow trail, desperately seeking a sense of safety in the labyrinth of unyielding forest. The branches twisted and curled overhead, blocking out too much of the moonlight, immersing them in darkness again. Each footfall echoed around them, mixing with the sinister growls that reverberated through the trees, distinct and relentless. "Do you think we lost it?" Laura gasped, her breath coming in short, desperate bursts. "I don't know," Sarah admitted, glancing back, her heart racing. The shadows seemed to grow thicker, pressing in around them, almost alive, as if the forest conspired against their escape. Just as they reached a clearing, a foreign sound, unlike anything they had encountered in their lives, cut through the air, a haunting, melodious tune that twisted into something grotesque and dark. It resonated through the trees, embedding itself in their minds, weaving in and out of their consciousness like a siren's call. "What is that?" Jake murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "Stay low," Sarah ordered. They had to keep moving, but the sound pulled at them, weaving a spell that made it difficult to think clearly, an almost magnetic force trying to draw them back toward an unseen creature lurking just out of sight. With every step, the melody mingled with the growls, creating a dissonance that taunted their sanity. Shadows flickered just beyond the trees, taunting them, and Sarah could feel the breath of something cold just behind them, sending shivers coursing down her spine. The trail thinned, the terrain uneven underfoot, and they stumbled over roots and rocks, panic flooding their minds, urging them onward. "It's getting closer," Ben shouted, glancing back over his shoulder, fear tightening his features. "Faster," Sarah urged again, the adrenaline fueling her movements, spurring them on through the heavy air. They emerged into a small clearing, the moonlight shining brightly above them, illuminating what seemed to be an eerie shrine of stones and offerings left behind long ago. The clearing felt alive, a sentience nearly palpable, and the shadows within it beckoned. Stones were stacked high, covered with symbols carved into the surface, seemingly ancient, their meaning lost to time. But there was a dark beauty to it all, something that both repelled and attracted her. She felt the pull of something lost, yet she struggled to shake it off, the urgency of survival paramount in her mind. "Look," Laura pointed, her voice trembling. There might be something here, but they had no time to investigate. The growls grew closer, a chorus of maddening sounds ringing in their ears, hearts pounding like tribal drums. "Do you think we can hide in there?" Laura indicated a cluster of large stones and dense underbrush to the side, their natural camouflage, a potential sanctuary amidst the chaos of the encroaching darkness. "Yes, get over there," Sarah directed, urgency fueling her words as they slipped behind the stone structure, trembling against the cool surface. They pressed up against the rock, breathless, hearts racing as the shadows poured into the clearing, undulating like phantoms searching. The growls intensified, a low hum vibrating through the ground. With their backs pressed against the stones, the dampness of the earth seeped into their clothes, a reminder of their very mortality. "What are we going to do?" Ben whispered, his voice quaking with fear. Sarah held a hand up, her fingers trembling as they knotted together, the cold creeping into her bones. The presence outside converged around the clearing, filling the air with an oppressive weight that resonated deep in her chest. Shadows glided between the trees, tall and distorted, cracking branches and rustling leaves, feasting on their fear. Each sound threatened to shatter their fragile hold on reality. A scuttling noise erupted from the shadows as dark shapes scurried between the tree trunks, their eyes glimmering in the half-light, reflecting their hunger. What felt like dozens of pairs of eyes honed in on their hiding place, their growls merging into one angry voice, reverberating across the clearing. "We can't stay here. They're closing in," Jake spat, the fear already palpable in his voice. "I know," Sarah branded, locking eyes with each of them, her heart pounding with resolve. "When I say go, we'll make a run for it, straight through the clearing and back to the path. We have to split up. That'll confuse them." But Laura began, her voice trembling, but Sarah interrupted, her voice fierce. "Trust me," she urged, holding their eyes in her determined gaze. "It's our only chance." The growls crescendoed into a chaotic symphony, a primal dance echoing through the forest, calling them out, summoning them from their hiding. They were entangled in a web of shadows, fear and instinct instinctively blending as the very essence of the forest threatened to consume them whole. "3, 2, 1, go," Sarah shouted, adrenaline surging through her body as she bolted from the safety of the stones, sprinting toward the darkened expanse. Branches lashed as they exploded into motion, her heart racing faster than her feet could carry. The pathway opened up before them, moonlight leading the way, illuminating the scattered pebbles. She felt alive, yet acutely aware of every breath. Every hurried step was tethered to the rhythm of their shared terror. They pushed through the thicket, their bodies colliding with trees, roots snatching at their ankles, the growls echoing behind them. That chilling symphony melded with their hairy breath, an orchestra of horror. Sarah glanced over her shoulder, just in time to see the full form of the creature, a hulking shadow that lunged forward, teeth bared, and a mix of primal fury and hunger flooding its gaze. It was as if her heart dropped into her stomach, an instinct to flee flaring deeper than before. But the path ahead pulled her forward, a sliver of hope illuminated by the moonlight. "This way!" she screamed, darting to the right, where the terrain seemed to level out slightly, littered with fallen leaves and the sounds of twig snaps filled the air. Every noise heightened her awareness. "I'm right behind you," came Jake's voice, strained but filled with resolve, hot on her heels as the darkness clawed at their backs, urging them forward as if sensing the scent of fresh prey. Ben and Laura followed close, the shadows flickering at the edges of the clearing, swirling and shifting, following the patterns of movement behind them. threatening to close and like a noose of despair tightening with every frantic step through the undergrowth. For brief moments, she felt those cohesive ties between them, strength born from solidarity fueled by the fear of the unknown. But as reality seeped into her mind, dulling the electric rush of adrenaline, she felt the pressure mount. Time was not on their side, and they had to stay ahead if they wanted to survive. They burst through the dense foliage into another clearing, a much larger space bathed in pale moonlight, silhouetting the gnarled trees surrounding them like sentries guarding an ancient secret. The air felt thicker here, a chilling cold wrapped around them, causing shivers to dance along her spine like dancing ghosts, remnants of something long forgotten. Where now? Laura gasped, her breath visible in the night air. They stood in that moonlit clearing, breathless, hearts pounding like 1,000 drums as the growls echoed just beyond the edge of the trees. The sounds were no longer just a fear-induced illusion. They were close, circling them like wolves ready to pounce. The realization sent a shiver down Sarah's spine, tightening her throat with dread. She looked around, desperately searching for some sort of escape. But the gnarled trees loomed around them like sinister giants, their branches twisting into talons that seemed to claw at the very air. "What if we just keep running in one direction?" Jake suggested, his voice a raspy whisper, panic lacing its edges. "Maybe we can find a road or a house. Something." His suggestion hung heavily in the air, filled with desperation, as though the mere thought of being lost might seal their fates. "No," Sarah replied, shaking her head fervently. "They might be lost for good, without a clear plan. We need to find some high ground or something to hide in or behind. They can sense our fear. We can't let them know we're helpless." In that moment, Sarah felt an influx of determination surge through her, pushing the clenching fear of their impending doom aside, just enough to think straight. "Look," Laura pointed, her finger trembling as she motioned toward the other side of the clearing. "There's something over there." Squinting into the distance, Sarah saw it. Something nestled between the roots of an ancient tree, partially obscured by fallen leaves and shadows. It appeared to be an old, weathered cabin, its edges softened by decades of neglect and growth. Could it be their salvation? Or was it merely a trap set by whatever hunted them? The once clear distinction between safety and danger faded in that moment. They were deep within enemy territory, and anything could prove fatal. "Let's check it out," Sarah urged, shooing the uncertainty from her thoughts as she led the way toward the cabin, each step heavy with the weight of their predicament, and yet lightened by a glimmer of hope. The cabin stood alone, isolated among the tall trees, its presence both daunting and strangely inviting in this harrowing moment. As they approached, the air grew heavier, thick with the scent of decay and damp earth. The door hung loosely on, its hinges creaking ominously with every gust of chilled wind. "Stay close," Sarah cautioned, turning to the others just as the growls grew louder again, reverberating around them with a dark intent that sent shivers slithering down her spine. Inside, the cabin was suffocatingly dark, and as they crossed the threshold, the air felt electric with every shadow cast by the mechanical flutters of their flashlight beams. Dust motes danced in the beams, suspended in time, yet suffocated by the stagnant air. It was a small space, the remnants of an old life scattered about. Tattered furniture choked by layers of dust, broken boards beneath their feet creaking like tired bones. "Is it safe in here?" Ben murmured, his eyes scanning the dim corners where shadows seemed to quiver and crouch, as if waiting silently for an opportunity to pounce. "There aren't any windows," Laura observed, her voice quavering. "But something feels off." Sarah nodded, the instinctual animosity toward the environment wrapping around her like a suffocating cloak. Their senses were honed to detect danger, and the eerie silence within the cabin felt almost alive, standing poised to unleash something sinister upon them at any moment. She set her flashlight on the floor, bathing the area in a dim glow, but still managing to cast menacing shadows on the walls. Suddenly, a scratching sound clawed its way into the silence like talons against wood. Their hearts stopped for an agonizing beat. The panic wrapped around her throat as she turned to pinpoint the source. "Did you hear that?" Jake whispered, his face pale, eyes wide. "Aye," Sarah began, but before she could finish, a loud bang sounded from the cabin's rear, sending all of them skittering backward. Adrenaline surged, freezing their limbs in fear. "It's here!" Laura screamed, the shield of fear overtaking her reason. She lunged for the door, but Sarah grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "Wait!" Sarah hissed, as the sound of low growling began to permeate the cabin walls, seeping in from the darkness outside. In an immediate response, each of them steeled themselves against the weight of an unseen foe, hearts pounding violently in their chests. The growling intensified, a monstrous sound that echoed intimately within the confines of the cabin, reverberating off walls, while feeling as though it ignited a deep, primal fear in every one of them. Then, the cabinet beside them rattled violently, as if something on the other side was fighting to break free. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. They were no longer alone. "Look for something we can use." "A weapon," she urged, and each one of them scrambled into action. Laura threw open a drawer that had been hidden beneath a layer of dust. It fell away with a dry crack, revealing rusty tools battered by age. Meanwhile, Ben began searching through the remnants, his fingers trembling as he pushed through the constraints of uncertainty. The growling suddenly morphed into an unnerving howl, an unsettling sound spiraling from outside, deepened by the eerie atmosphere. The cabin shuddered beneath its weight, and they could feel the earth itself vibrating with the ferocity of it. "Here, this," Ben shouted, pulling out a rusted axe, its edge dull but still intimidating in his hands. Laura brandished a heavy crowbar, fumbling yet firm, while Sarah armed herself with a broken chair leg, a mere semblance of a weapon yet suffused with purpose. "Back to back," Sarah ordered, heart racing as they formed a crude circle, determined to face whatever emerged. The walls of the cabin felt tighter, the shadows elongating and tremoring as if they were alive, spiraling closer and closer, swelling with the weight of unspeakable dread. Maybe it'll leave," Laura whispered, though her voice wavered, betraying her hope. But the monstrous growl only deepened, cascading outside and into the room, merging their fear with a palpable sense of doom. Sarah felt the air grow sparse. It was thickening, almost alive, wrapping tendrils around them as she readied herself for the inevitable clash. With a deafening bang, the door burst open, splintering against the wall. There stood shadows, ghastly silhouettes dripping with malice, eyes burning with unholy hunger. The figure was massive, an abomination of sinew and shadow, muscles coiling beneath matted fur, reflecting the moonlight as though it were a predator transformed. It stepped inside, its growling morphing into a deep, rumbling snarl, sending tremors through the cabin as it pushed forward like a freight train ripping through the darkness. The scent of wet earth and rot filled the air, overwhelming her senses as the creature's breath fogged the air around it. "Get ready," Sarah shouted, raising the broken chair leg defensively. Umbral shapes shifted behind the creature, moving in a grotesque rhythm in sync with its heavy strides, encroaching towards them with fervent hunger. The monster lunged, moving with an indescribable speed, its claws slashing through air, sharp and lethal. Instinctively, Sarah ducked, narrowly missing the lethal dive and feeling the wind of its motion brush against her face, sending her heart racing like a runaway train. In that moment, she barely registered Laura's scream behind her, as though reality had broken into shards. "Hit it!" Jake yelled, gathering all his strength and swinging the axe down in a desperate arc. The axe hit the fur of the creature with a sickening thud, reverberating painfully as it was absorbed into darkness. The creature twisted, flinging Jake off balance. His grip faltered, the axe falling to the ground with a clatter. And then, as it turned back to the rest of them, they were met by a sight that would haunt their memories forever. Its eyes glowed with an insatiable rage, its maw twisted into a grotesque grin filled with sharp, glistening teeth, dripping with the remnants of havoc. "Run!" Ben shouted. But there was no thought now, only the primal instinct to escape. They dashed toward the damaged doorway, their hearts racing wildly, each desperate footfall echoing around them. The monster lunged again, this time catching the edge of Laura's shirt as she stumbled, its claws slicing through fabric. Skin barely missed, and she let out a cry, fear enveloping her. They dashed through the doorway into the battleground of shadows beyond, a world where light fought madly against encroaching darkness. Wind whipped at their faces as adrenaline surged through them, their breaths ragged. Each second stretched into eternity. Just beyond the cabin, the forest had shifted too, branches snapping and roots rising, as if the very land conspired to hold them still for the monstrous entity now unleashed upon them. Back to the path, Sarah shouted, leading the way as they navigated the uneven terrain. The trees loomed like monstrous arches blocking them from escape. It was as though the forest itself was closing in, pushing them back toward the malevolent creature that hungered for them. Behind them, a roar split the night air, a deep primal roar that shook the very foundation of their resolve. The creatures lunged after them, their howls a symphony of terror melding into the chaotic nocturne of the night. "We need to split up," Ben shouted. But before Sarah could respond, an enormous shadow descended upon them, filling the air with an oppressive force. "Now!" Sarah shouted, releasing her grip on the ephemeral hope that had guided them till now. They each took different paths as the pressing fear urged them onward, and she felt her heart twist painfully with every passing second. Adrenaline coursed through her veins as she sprinted deeper into the net of shadows, weaving through monstrous trees that clawed at her with each step. There was no time to think. The presence behind her grew menacing, looming larger and larger, filling her lungs with terror. Branches and roots snared at her ankles, threatening to root her to the ground. Yet she squirmed and moved, twisting as the growls danced closer. The forest transformed around her, long shadows moving in tandem with her frantic bearings, blurring the very lines between the living and the lurking horrors that chased her through the twisted maze of trees. The ground rippled like a throbbing heart, alive with rustling leaves and snapping twigs. From the corner of her eye, she caught glimpses of movement, a flicker of fur or the gleam of a hungry gaze. But she kept running, pushing through until she reached a hillock that rose up like a castle's peak, a mound of comfort amidst the choking darkness. This is the moment, she thought desperately. She took advantage of her surroundings and darted up the incline, hoping to gain perspective, hoping for a glimpse of her friends. She paused, standing alone in the moonlight. She could feel the weight of the shadows pressing on her. Around her, the trees loomed ominously, their branches stretching skyward, yet the noise, the growls and howls, had receded into the background. "Guys," she whispered, voice trembling against the night. Silence loomed around her, punctuated only by the distant rustling of underbrush. Her heart pounded painfully, each beat resonating against the stillness. Were they already consumed by the forest? Were they gone? The fear clawed at her insides, and then came the soft padding of footsteps, low and rhythmic. Her heart surged with hope and dread as she turned cautiously in the direction of the noise. "Sarah," came Laura's shaky voice out of the darkness. Relief washed over her, but it was short-lived, for the moment was treacherous. "Over here," Sarah called, pushing anxiety aside, wanting to keep them moving. But as Laura emerged from the disarray of branches, her appearance was ragged, panic and fear etched deeply into her features. "Where's Ben?" Sarah demanded, her throat tightening. I don't know," Laura said, her voice shaking. "I lost him. I couldn't see him." The wind picked up around them, swirling in a chaotic dance, whispering secrets of the trees and darkness. An uneasy sensation gnawed at Sarah's gut. There was still something out there, something that fed on fear. In that moment, the distant growls returned, louder now, reverberating through the air with renewed hunger. They were coming, and they needed to regroup, to rally against what hunted them. "Did you see where Jake went?" Sarah urged, anxiety pooling in her stomach as she scanned the shadows, longing for familiarity, a sense of security. "No, I lost everyone," Laura cried, the rising panic thickening the air like a stifling fog. They could be heading back toward the cabin. An unsettling silence surrounded them before the fear began to swirl again. Roots around them shifted, twisting up from the earth, aligning with the shadows that darkened with unfulfilled malice. With renewed urgency, Sarah thrust forward, determined to reach the cabin once more, hoping Jake and Ben would return there. "Follow me," she urged again, her voice a thin thread as they began running. "Please, let them be okay," Laura murmured, her voice cracking, navigating through the dense mass of darkness. Fear raced alongside them in the interim distance. The forest was alive yet hostile, as if watching, waiting for that one misstep to swallow them whole. They barely made it to the cabin's threshold when the growls erupted, echoing deep from within the shadows of the woods. They were close, very close, and the air grew thick as Sarah and Laura rushed toward the cabin, breathless and wide-eyed. A palpable sense of dread hung over them, curling around their hearts like a vice. Each footfall felt like an echo in the silence that seemed to stretch endlessly. The oppressive weight of the forest loomed behind them, its dark secrets swirling amongst the trees. The growls that resonated out there were not just sounds of beasts. They were promises of terror, the hunger of unseen horrors that fed on fear, leaving only despair in their wake. As they neared the cabin, the moon struggled to break through the branches above, casting fleeting patches of silver across the ground. Shadows danced in the corners of their vision, but when they turned to look, nothing was there except for the skeletal remains of fallen branches lying in a crisscross over the forest floor. It was as if the night itself was playing tricks on their minds. Inside, they could hear the creeping whispers of the wind, sounds that rippled through the dilapidated structure, sending shivers racing up their spines. "Keep moving," Sarah urged, feeling the fever of anxiety claw at her insides. They reached the creaking door, and as Laura pushed it open, the hinges let out a groan that cut through the tension like a knife. The cabin appeared as they had left it, a disheveled heap of memories strewn in every corner. Yet it felt wrong, like a space that had digested time and brought something sinister back to life. The atmosphere crackled with unseen energy, a warning of the horrors that could dwell even here, amidst the ruins of what was once normal. "Do you think they'll come back?" Laura's voice quivered in the thick silence. Sarah nodded, though her heart sank. There was no certainty in her mind. The fear of what lurked outside loomed larger than any ghostly memory of the cabin. "They have to," Sarah replied, casting a forlorn glance back toward the door. "They just need time." But as they stood there listening, anticipation gnawed at the edges of their minds. Minutes slipped away, draping the cabin in a strand of an ill-fated tranquility. Just when they began to convince themselves that the worst was over, a chorus of howls rose from the depths of the forest, a horrifying cacophony that seemed to merge into one feral entity. The ground shuddered beneath the weight of the sound, and they felt it in their bones, a primal call that beckoned darkness from within the woods. "They're not safe," Laura gasped, eyes widening as terror surged anew. "We need to find them." "Wait," Sarah snapped, realizing that straying too far would expose them to the very enemy they were trying to evade. "What if we stayed here? Maybe they'll find their way back." The logic felt precarious, like balancing on the edge of a knife, but there wasn't an alternative. Stepping outside could lead them into the creature's maw, but the howls persisted, a haunting melody of despair and hunger, wrapping around the cabin like a noose. Each note caused their hearts to race, fueled by the desperate need to believe that their friends would return. Yet another guttural roar thrust itself into the night, sending a jolt of fear through Sarah's body. This one was closer, almost as if it had climbed into the very fabric of their sanctuary, turning the cabin into a trap. They heard the sound of branches snapping in the distance. Something was approaching, a movement that rippled through the fabric of the night, sending a chill down their spines. "They're coming," Sarah hissed, gripping the edges of the door frame. Stay quiet. Inside the cabin, all was still save for their ragged breaths and the distant rumble of a storm threatening to break. They turned their backs to the door, faces pale, eyes wide with fear. The oppressive room felt like. Then came the unmistakable sound of claws, a heavy tap, tapping against the wood. The noise grew louder, rhythmic and ominous in the hushed air. "Oh God," Laura whispered, her hands trembling uncontrollably. What if it's already here? Sarah's heart raced as her mind spun with possibilities. What if it was the creature that hunted them? What if it had followed them back? The fear twisted the room into a labyrinth of terror as they exchanged panicked glances. The tapping intensified, claws scraping against the cabin, sending vibrations through the floor and into their bones. The night felt alive, a sentient predator stalking its prey. No matter what, don't let it in, Sarah urged. We can't. Before she could finish, the door shuddered violently as something slammed against it from the outside. The wood creaked as if it might splinter under the weight of the impact, and dust rained down from the walls. Dark shadows danced outside, frantic shapes that thrashed against the cabin as the beast unleashed its rage. Then, with a final forceful thud, the door burst open. The hinges cried out as the creature loomed in the doorway, barely illuminated by the dim moonlight. It stood impossibly tall, muscles rippling beneath dark fur, and eyes glowing with an unholy fire, radiating malice that enveloped the room. A low growl emanated from its throat, vibrating through the very essence of the cabin, sharp teeth visible in its twisted snarl. "Run!" Sarah screamed, and they tore away from the cabin, back into the wild, tangled woods. They bolted into the treacherous underbrush, heartbeats pounding in their ears as branches clawed at their skin. The growling followed close behind, a relentless predator tasting their fear in the air. "We got to split up," Laura shouted, spurring them onward. "It won't be able to follow us all." Sarah hesitated for a moment, the weight of the decision heavy in her gut, but the sharp snap of a branch broke her thoughts. "Go!" she yelled, and they darted into the trees, scattering in different directions, hearts hammering against the terror that threatened to swallow them whole. It felt like a game of survival, one played in the shadows of nightmares where the only way out was to outrun the specter that chased them. The forest floor shifted under their feet, and the moonlight barely made it through the canopy, painting the world in shades of inky black and fleeting silver. As Sarah ran deeper into the woods, her mind raced with images of her friends, of the camaraderie they had shared among laughter and light. The camaraderie that now felt so fragile against the backdrop of encroaching doom. She stumbled, the ground giving way beneath her foot as roots snared at her ankle, pulling her down. Catching herself just before hitting the ground, she pushed forward, adrenaline pumping through her veins like wildfire. She needed to find a place to hide, something that would shield her from prying eyes. There, just up ahead, stood a gnarled tree with its trunk split and jagged. It seemed to beckon her as a sanctuary from the night. She raced toward it, feeling the growls shifting closer, alive, chasing. She crawled into the hollow, pressing herself against the damp bark, trying to make herself as small as possible. Her breaths were shallow and quick, and she fought to control her panicked heartbeat. Inside the hollow, the darkness enveloped her, but she chose to embrace it, holding her breath and listening. The howls echoed around her, intertwining with the whispers of the wind, dark promises of ancient secrets that the forest kept. She could hear the beast moving, brushing against the foliage and tumbling through the undergrowth. It was searching, relentless and hungry, a malevolence that permeated the air. Time felt unmoored within the hollow. Minutes passed, or perhaps hours. The night seemed to stretch and warp, wrapping around her like a suffocating blanket. Each sound outside sent another jolt of terror through her chest, but she held her ground, reminding herself that movement could draw its attention. And then, she heard it. A familiar voice, soft and strained, cutting through the chaos like a fragile lifeline. "Sarah?" It was Laura's voice, shaky yet laced with desperation. Relief flooded through her. Laura was still alive. "Over here," Sarah whispered, her voice barely above a breath. Laura's silhouette appeared against the backdrop of the trees. Relief etched across her pale face as she cautiously approached. "I thought I lost you," she exclaimed, as if the confirmation of their survival breathed new life into her. "What do we do now?" "Just hide," Sarah urged, pulling Laura into the hollow alongside her. They huddled there, listening to the oppressive sounds of the night. After a moment, the beast's growls shifted and faded, an unsettling proximity wrapping around their fragile shelter. The shadows gathered, drooping against the roots and earth as the creature prowled through the depths of the darkening woods, searching for them with a tenacity that betrayed its hunger. "I think it's gone," Sarah whispered cautiously, but even as she spoke, a sudden crack from above caused them both to flinch. A branch broke, crashing down to the foliage with a deafening thud. The beast's growl returned, a thunderous sound reverberating through the air as its footsteps grew closer again. "Stay quiet," Laura intoned, her voice barely a whisper. They pressed back against the dampness of the hollow, holding their breath as they awaited whatever horror was about to unfold. The sounds resonated around them, a heavy snuffle, the rustle of leaves, and the patter of paws against the leaves. It was only moments before something glided inches from their hiding place, the creature's breath hot and rancid, a foul odor that clung to the air. "Don't move," Laura hissed, her eyes wide with fear as they felt the tremors beneath them. The beast was close, eyes scanning the vicinity, searching for prey. The tension felt like a living entity wrapped around them, squeezing tighter with every passing heartbeat, drowning out everything else. Then, as if sensing their presence, the creature turned, towering over their makeshift hideaway. Its eyes glowed intensely, glowing embers in the darkness that seemed to penetrate the heart of the hollow. A low growl emanated from deep in its throat, echoing through the empty spaces around them, a skeletal sound intent on unraveling their sanity. Time slowed to an agonizing crawl. The shadows swirled, filled with shapes both menacing and surreal, and Sarah's thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind. They had to wait. The fear of moving was as paralyzing as the grip of the creature outside, threatening to drag them into the abyss. With every breath, with every heartbeat, the world outside throbbed in a macabre dance. And Sarah knew that somewhere beneath the looming danger, they had to find a way to escape before the night swallowed them whole, before despair pulled them into its maw. At long last, the growls faded into the distance. The night returned to a semblance of silence, yet the hollow felt tainted with uncertainty. "Do you think it's gone?" Laura whispered, her voice trembling even under the haze of dread. "I don't know," Sarah admitted, heart still pounding from the encounter. We should wait a little longer." They remained huddled in the dark, every passing moment stretching into eternity. The gloom pressed against them, the silence only broken by the distant sounds of the forest, whispering secrets they dared not uncover. The branches swayed gently there, their clothes, but the relief of moving seemed to bring a swift reprieve from the looming specter of despair. Yet the darkness pressed in tighter, twisting their surroundings into an unrecognizable labyrinth. Shadows loomed large, menacing forms shifting just out of reach of the light, and the creature's growl followed, a sound that threaded itself deep into Sarah's very soul. "Where are they?" Sarah shouted again, desperation rising in her throat. "Where are Jake and Ben?" She stumbled forward, caught briefly on a vine that seemed to wrap around her ankle like a serpent, pulling her down. "Help!" she cried, frantically pulling at her leg. But Laura was a few strides ahead, and she turned back, eyes filled with terror. "Don't stop! Keep going!" With all her strength, Sarah broke free, scrambling back to her feet, propelling herself forward again, seeking solace in the threadbare illusion of safety. The ground beneath them kept shifting, as if the woods were alive, conspiring against them, and every breath felt heavy with the smell of decay. "Over here!" Laura pointed toward a dilapidated shack peeking out from the shadows, hidden beneath overgrown vines and encroaching trees. It appeared as though it had once been an outpost or a hunter's cabin, but now it stood as a forsaken relic, partially slumped into the earth as if the forest itself had begun to claim it as its own. "Quick," Sarah urged, yanking open the rickety door. It creaked ominously as they slipped inside, slamming it shut against the encroaching night. Huddled within the cramped confines, they spilled against the cold wood floor, gasping for breath, hearts racing as silence enveloped them, thick and suffocating. Inside, the air was musty and stale, filled with an oppressive dread, the shadows gathering like specters around them. Barely any light filtered through the cracked windows, and as their eyes adjusted, the dimness revealed remnants of a past life. Rusty tools, broken furniture, and a single faded photograph hanging askew on the wall, a ghostly reminder of what had once been. "Do you think it can get in?" Laura whispered, pressing against the wall, her body trembling as adrenaline coursed through her veins. "I don't know. Maybe it lost our scent." Sarah tried to reassure her, but deep down, a gnawing dread coiled tighter as she could feel the tremors in the air around them. Outside, the world darkened once more, preparing for another hunt. Suddenly, a crash sounded outside, the unmistakable sound of something heavy crashing through debris. Fear flooded Sarah's senses, and she instinctively moved to the window, pressing her forehead against the cold glass, desperately trying to see beyond the murky darkness. A figure flitted past in a blur, a monstrous silhouette larger than any earthly beast, something born of nightmares and shadows. The beast's pastiche of desire surged, ripping through the foliage with an unsettling clarity, and her pulse quickened as she tried to read the shadows. "We can't stay here," Laura whispered frantically, glancing at Sarah, eyes wide with fear. "I know, but we need to think," Sarah urged, forcing her thoughts together despite the panic clawing at her mind. The room was barely illuminated by sporadic beams of moonlight filtering through the glass, casting eerie shadows that twisted and curled against the walls. A whisper of movement sent the two girls stiffening, and Sarah slowly turned toward the claustrophobic dark. The door rattled, the sound echoing like a harbinger of doom, sending tremors of fear racing down her spine. "It's here," she exhaled, the words clawing up her throat with an explosive force. The door burst open, splintering against the rotting frame as the creature lunged into the room, its eyes glowing fiercely in the dim light. The pressure of malice filled the air, a dense fog of despair that threatened to suffocate them. "Run!" Sarah screamed, lunging for the back window, shattering the glass as she flung herself through the opening. Laura was a heartbeat behind her, the shards of glass slicing through the fabric and flesh, but the beast pressed forward, shattering the boundaries of their sanctuary. They hit the ground hard, rolling to avoid the worst of the fall. Pain pulsed through Sarah's body, but there was no time to focus on it. No time to linger in the tang of broken glass and dirt. They scrambled back to their feet, and their instincts roared to life again. The creature's howl resonated through the night, echoing with a dreadful fury that challenged the very essence of their being. It was furious, relentless, and now it bore the full weight of its fury upon them. "Where do we go?" Laura cried, glancing around for anything that could offer respite. "There," Sarah's voice cut through, pointing toward a narrow path that seemed to wind deeper into the darkened woods. Hidden beneath foliage and shadow, without thinking, they dashed toward it, the adrenaline propelling them forward as the familiar sense of urgency blurred the haunting nature of howling behind them. Branches clawed at their arms, time twisting as they plowed into the undergrowth. But somehow, some sickening way, they still felt more alive, more awake, than they had in what felt like a lifetime. Their feet pounded the ground, desperate, taking them further from safety, as the creature continued to chase them, breathing heavy and fierce, triggered by the scent of their fear. Just as despair seemed to threaten consuming them again, they stumbled into a new clearing, their breath stolen from them as they confronted the scene before them. A vast, ancient altar, interwoven with creeping vines and shades of green, loomed in the center. Its surface marked by intricate carvings of gods and creatures that belonged in lore and nightmares alike. The very essence of the wood seemed to converge upon this focal point, dark energy swirling as primal instincts resonated within the air. This must be it, Laura stammered, awe and fear mingling together. We can't stop. It might be a trap, Sarah replied, her voice tense as the creature's growl echoed once more, rage breaking free from its throat. But as they stood at the edge of the altar, a sense of fate threaded itself around them, an electricity that felt almost sentient. In that moment, a realization struck them, cutting through the haze of fear for an overwhelming impulse. Maybe we can use this, Sarah gasped, eyes locking onto the altar, the carving seemingly ready to be awakened once again. What? How? The legends? Sarah murmured, recalling fragmented tales whispered at the campfire about the forest. Something deep, something ancient that longed for the blood of life and youth but could also bind the beast, turn its chaotic energy back upon itself. But we don't know how, Laura protested, retreating further as the sound of claws raked against the stone, threatening to break through. With shaking hands and shaking souls, Sarah stepped forward, pressing her palms against the cool, intricately carved surface, praying that the legends were true, that somewhere, deep within the heart of the darkness, lied the answer that would tether the chaos lurking just at the edges, ready to tear them apart. It's worth a shot. We have to try, Sarah said firmly, tilting her eyes toward the approaching terror that flared more than mere senses against the backdrop of forgotten mythology. As they combined their instincts, they channeled thought and energy into the altar, their desperation clashing against the darkness that coiled within the underbrush. They could feel the creature's eyes, boring down upon them, anticipation interlaced with the hungers of something more. They could feel the forest breathe through them, could taste the ancient power that whirled between the trees as they made contact with the altar, a bond forged not simply to engage but to summon. And at that moment, the growl morphed into a furious howl, pulling the world tight around the altar as if it were a cry of the very forest itself. Filling that sacred space with the energy of ages gone by, a visceral crescendo of old spirits waking to the cries of the night. Searing pain shot through Sarah as shadows tore at her skin, but she pressed onward, feeding the altar,